Lincoln 30 to dispatch. Yeah, that's a wild goose chase over here at Nakatomi Plaza. Everything here's okay. Over.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it...
Welcome to the party, pal!
I'm not ready to make now. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's me, Nora, and this is Raging Buddha, and we're coming to you live from the box office on Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Thank you guys so much for being here and for waiting patiently. Absolutely excited for y'all to be here. What's up, Miriam? What is up? I hope I'm on time. Where is everybody? Crazy sauce. All right. Oh my goodness, guys. There's been a lot going on. I'm early. Am I early? I don't think so. I think I'm on time. That's early for me. Okay, guys. So there's been a lot going on. I want to go over a couple things. And yes, this stream, you guys saw the thumbnail. I put up Maya Angelou's fantastic poem, Still I Rise, as the thumbnail. And that poem speaks to me a lot, just as a human being in these times, as a woman in these times. Yeah, I'm 10 minutes early. Am I really? Well, we'll just hang out for 10 minutes to make sure that everybody gets in here. Did I schedule it for 1:30? I thought I said 1:15. Look at me. I'm early. Well, we'll play a little catch up here. But this is a message specifically to Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin. I want to go over a couple of the things that he has said specifically on his channel in the last few days, okay, which have been, I don't even know how to characterize it. Not good, I guess. Half pass. Okay. How did that happen? I guess in my mind, guys, I really had it scheduled for 1:15, and then that's how that happened. So I apologize for being super early. But guys, I'm making use of my notebook here. Well, while you guys everybody's coming in, I'm going to show you guys something. I ordered it. I ordered it a while back, and I forgot that it had come, and I just sent my kid to the mailbox. In Oregon, I don't know how it works for the rest of you guys, but in Oregon, most neighborhoods have like a central little mailbox, and you have to go with your key and get your mail out and stuff like that. And if you get a package, it goes into these big like holding bins, and they put a little key in there for you, right? So a few months ago, because I'm really trying to, on my own, just really dissect the Constitution. Okay. And for those of you not in America, I guess you can, thank you, Georgia. That's very kind of you in pounds, no less. Well, cheerio, pip. Thank you for that. Sending you love back. I was just explaining to my kids because they saw what I got. I'm going to pull it up here. Okay, back in the day, guys, when I worked for Scientology, I had all kinds of dictionaries. Look at the thickness. Look at the girth on this dictionary, because that was my job. And this is actually a second edition, but I had a first edition of Noah Webster's. Thank you. You can get, I believe these are still for sale on my other shop, but I will put these up. I'm going to put these up in the Raging Buddha shop. Yeah, this is a second edition. So it was published in the 50s, but that's still pretty good because the language in the 1950s had evolved somewhat, right? From obviously the 1700s, we weren't using as much Old English. But I was explaining to my kids that when you're reading older documents, you have to have dictionaries from that time to fully understand the context with which the words are being used, right? Because words have evolved over time. Our dictionaries now contain words that did not exist in this time period, right? And some of the words that still exist have totally different meanings, and some meanings have fallen off. And some of those meanings, right, that we call, if you're very fancy and you know $5 words, you call them antiquated. A lot of those antiquated meanings are the way in which those documents were written, right? So I think a lot of the problem where people are trying to the Urban Dictionary to find out what the hell the kids are talking about. I feel you on that. Scientology up north. I feel you on that. But dictionaries are important, guys. Not not just because I was an indoctrinated Scientologist who was indoctrinating other people, right, into this alleged technology. But it is, understanding language is so important, right? Because the way cults operate in general, okay, the first tell of a cult is that the language is changed to suit the purposes and the needs of the cult. Okay. For example, I'll give you a great example in Scientology, the word reasonable. Okay. In everyday life, most people take that to mean like within reason, right? The gas is reasonably priced right now. That's a reasonable conclusion, right? These are the ways that a normie, okay, a non-cult, specifically non-Scientological cult indoctrinated person would think of the word reasonable. Now, in Scientology, reasonable is an action. Okay, it's not a noun. It's an action. It's not really a noun either. It's like an adjective. But in Scientology, it is an action, and it is used in the phrase being reasonable. Okay, and in Scientology, that is a derogatory thing. It is derogatory to be reasonable. It means that you are looking away from bad stuff. You're not handling it. You're not taking responsibility for it. You're allowing crimes to exist in your area. Okay. So it's just like, it's the Scientological equivalent of not giving a fuck. But also it means that you are allowing criminal activity. You're perpetrating it. You're supporting it. You're being reasonable. Okay. Don't worry, Vernon. Just stay tuned, honey. Strap in. We're going to get there. So the antonym. A lot of cults take a word like reasonable and turn it on its head. Okay. And that is to suit the purpose of the cult leader and to maintain control of the. Well, thank you, He's a Doll. Happy Monday and happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody who's got the day off today to celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who, was an actual civil rights hero who protested relentlessly, peacefully for civil rights across this country, enduring numerous false jail times, numerous false arrests, beatings, public floggings, etc., to provide a pathway for some semblance of human rights in the United States of America, which also led to more equitable human rights in other countries. So it's today's a big day. And that's why I'll be honest, when Jenna's video, This Means War, that Aaron instructed her to do, came out while he was in jail, and he was being compared to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Nelson Mandela, not only caucasity of doing that, comparing that white man to those two incredible black men. But also, oh, of course they want to take away this holiday, Vernon. Come on. To compare fighting Scientology to getting civil rights for millions of people guys, it's more than a stretch. It's more than a stretch. Okay. Well, why do I bring up definitions of words and things like that? So we've seen in the past week, Aaron Smith-Levin specifically trying to not just kind of rearrange things, okay, but literally rewrite history while inserting more chaos, okay, by trying to delineate the moderators of any channel, okay, as evil, as a Office of Special Affairs, which is the Scientology dirty tricks department, as an arm of that evil. Okay, in order to do what? What's the purpose behind all of this? Okay, the purpose behind all of this is to whitewash Aaron's crimes, to make him seem like the ultimate hero that has just always been out here, guys, just always fighting to help everybody and all this other stuff. This is just a bump in the road. You know, he's going to be found innocent. They're going to drop the second charge. Yeah, you know, it's just another day. Just another day in fighting Scientology. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. And specifically, he went after Reese because she teamed up. She went on a podcast of a friend of his. Okay. I put that in air quotes because Aaron has friends. He does not actually understand human relationships. That is demonstrated by the fact that every single human person, mostly women, who have ever embraced him as a friend, trusted him with, you know, thoughts, private affairs, and confidence. And then once the tides turned and either Aaron had no more use for you or you decided, oh, I don't really like the way you behave, I don't think we should be friends, right? The same reaction happens from Aaron, right? Which is to pull up your private, confidential, in some cases, conversations, emails, etc., with him, and then to use your own words that you said at a time period where you were upset or you were actually somebody who was not vocally speaking out about Scientology, to weaponize those words for his own profit and to also control you and to also make sure that no one trusts you. They only trust him. Okay. Now, there's 3 videos specifically in the last week that he's done that I'm sure if I pull up and start talking about, he's going to take them down. So I'm just going to show you the titles. I'm going to show a part of it. I already have them downloaded, Aaron, so it's just really stupid. I know you're watching because Aaron makes it very clear in this first video, okay, entitled Lions and Tigers and Grifters, oh my, that not only does he watch everybody's videos, but most disturbingly, I think, is he's reading all of the chat, okay? He's literally studying the chats of other people's channels so that he can find out, number one, who is in each person's chat. Okay, that's operative numero uno. Then to find out what they're talking about, what people are actually interested in, and then he'll use that for content, of course. And then number 3, this is the most eerie thing, is he's trying to see, like, for example, I'm going to call you out, Joe, just because you're the first person I see here. He wants to see if Joe's here, she's my mod, Obviously, we all know JoJo. We love JoJo. And now she's in so-and-so's chat. And she says something positive to that creator. Or she just says, hi, everybody. Right? Now, Joe is an infiltrator. Yeah, Aaron specifically mentioned Yadira. You are correct, Vernon, right? Yadira is Reese's mod, and she's often comes in this chat to say hello and to interact with the other people in the chat. I have never spoken to Yadira on the phone, on WhatsApp, on Signal, in any form of communication, to my recollection, even an email, maybe an email, I don't know, in any way, shape, or form. Yadira has no control over my content, right? Yadira doesn't and no offense to you, Yadira. She's never been anything but sweet in the chat, so I don't have a problem. But it's like it's down to we're at the minutia of the minutia of the minutia. And what cracks me up about this, right, is if we rewind the clock in 2024, okay, when Scott started all this shit, right? And he was like, Mod Wars, right? And this was like right after the whole Barb scandal, because Aaron didn't want to get rid, not Barb, sorry. Oh shit. Not Barb. Barb just disappeared. I don't know what happened with Barb. Goldie. God, see, it was so long ago. I don't even remember her name. Goldie was Aaron's like OG mod. And she did this thing where every time Aaron introduced a new person into the SPTV universe, Goldie was offered up as a mod for us newbies, because prior to, doing this iteration of my channel, I'd never done a live stream before. Everything was pre-recorded. And so Goldie was offered up to all of us as the mod. Oh, she can do everything. She knows how to do stuff. She'll help you out. She'll keep all the trolls out. I didn't even know what that meant. I was like, whatever. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Okay. And so she was basically a mod for me, for Natalie, for everybody who came after me. Everybody. Okay. Goldie was the mod. And then, we had the birth of the PTS, SPTV Discord that turned into something else. Then they did some digging. Apparently Goldie on her own socials was very homophobic and transphobic. I had no idea because I didn't follow Goldie on social media. Okay. I don't follow my mods, I don't think, really, on social media, maybe TikTok, but like, guys, I'm not on social media all day. I'm really trying to work on my own personal social media addiction. It's real. Okay. And after Goldie was, excommunicated from SPTV land, then Scott came along, right? And Scott started sowing division again amongst all the different, second gens and things like that, by attacking our moderators, right? And saying this person is over here saying this, blah, 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 blah. And he started Mod Wars, right? Which was the whole channel that he had. Okay. And Aaron at that time was very much like, this is fucking bullshit. People can go and say whatever they want. You can't control the chat. I don't even know why people are that much in the chat. Just bring up your super chats. Just bring up the start. Let the mods star the comments. Okay. And then that's fine, and who cares? Who cares? I mean, like, honestly, guys, all of you guys that are watching right now that are super hardcore Aaron Smith-Levin fans, please know that in private conversations, since he likes to divulge this information, and in his text messages, he fucking couldn't care less about you guys. And he talks shit about everybody. Okay? Even people he just got off the phone with, who will be texting me and being like, oh, I just talked to Aaron. He was so sweet and blah, blah, blah. And he'd be like, that person's a fucking crackhead dipshit. Like, he is so, he doesn't care. He just wants to get people to agree with his viewpoint. Okay? And then control the narrative. Control the narrative. Control the narrative. He used to do that via Goldie. Then Goldie was ousted. Then it was like Barb was everywhere. I never had Barb as a mod because I had other mods that were fine. And then they went, then that was a whole thing later, right? When I lost those mods because they were also Liz Ferris's mods. And then Liz and I were on the outs. We're not on the outs now. But then I told those mods to go with her. I didn't have any mods for a while. Then I got a new mod. And she got me the other mods that I have now, and then she bowed out. Just kind of, I don't even think she's even doing anything in the science. She was also one of Natalie's mods. So all of us have had this sort of menage a trois with mods until recently. Okay. My lady mods, I think they have helped other channels and stuff. And I've told them 100%, this is not a cult. You are free to move about the cabin. You are free to not mod. You are free to tell me to go fuck myself, whatever. Okay. And that's how, my mods and I, we talk all the time. We talk about different things than just the channel, guys. Like we talk about what's actually going on behind the box office, in our lives and things like that. And so to think that this man, Aaron Smith-Levin, is spending his free time literally watching, just studying everybody's content for one misstep or one misworded phrase is alarming. That is the paranoia of a malignant narcissistic cult leader, which Aaron Smith-Levin, in my personal opinion, 100% is. Okay. Now, what's the irony of him talking about mod wars in this video and in a subsequent video, okay, is that, see, I have my notes here. Let's see here. Now, let's see if he lets it play. If he doesn't let it play, it's fine. I have it recorded. All right. So part of his legal update, this was like a little baby legal update before the actual hearing. Let's just listen to Aaron here for just a minute.
Let's see. If it's January now, February, March, we might be out until April before we set the trial. And you know what? I think for me, the idea of not going to trial for a few more months is a bummer. But legally speaking, it's also it's completely irrelevant. For me, the reason it's a bummer is I want this protection order to be over.
So his main focus is that this order of protection that he's currently under, which I have downloaded. Let me pull that up here. He wants that to be done. Okay. He doesn't want to be under this order. And I want to be completely clear about what this is. This is the edited version. It does not show anyone's address. This is a publicly available document. Once again, we're going to show this document, but I did edit it just for full whatever. Okay. So this is the order of protection that he's currently under, guys. Okay. And this was issued on October 17th. Okay. You can see that down here. Now, this is a condition of his pretrial release and or bond. Okay. He must refrain from any contact of any type with John Gaffney, further referenced to as the victim, except through pretrial discovery pursuant to the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, which would mean if John Gaffney was in the courtroom with him, then they could, he could look at him or look in his direction and, or be in the same room as him, right? It would be illegal. Okay. An order of no contact precludes communicating orally or in any written form, either in person, telephonically, electronically, including texting, posting, Facebook, or Twitter, or in any other manner, either directly or indirectly through third person with the victim, which we know he's already violated multiple times since the issuance of this, making 2 videos showing John Gaffney's face with him labeled John Tyler Gaffney twice, and saying his name, at least 100 times on video, on various videos since October 17th. Okay. And that was brought up on the hearing where he was put in jail. Okay. If we go by the the transcripts that we read earlier. Okay. The defendant is prohibited from having physical or violent contact with the victim or his or her property. The defendant is prohibited from being within 500 feet of the victim. The defendant is prohibited from being within 500 feet of the victim's residence, even if the defendant and the victim share a residence, victim's vehicle, place of employment, or a specified place frequented regularly by such person. This order of no contact is effective immediately since October 17th, when it was issued at 12:49 p.m. Regardless of whether the defendant is in custody or on pretrial release. And remember how many times he said John Gaffney in jail during his, jailhouse interviews, okay? And enforceable for the duration of the defendant's pretrial incarceration and pretrial release, or until it is modified by the court. So Aaron is claiming, which he'll get to here in a second, that this is only for the duration of the trial. It doesn't extend beyond that. It does say it is part of the trial, or until it is modified by the court. So let's say he goes through his whole trial and they don't ever modify this. Guess what? You're still under an order of protection, dumbass. So it's not just for the thing. That's why, guys, this is why dictionaries are important. And this is why you really have to read the whole thing and understand everything that's happening. Okay. Let's get back to this video here.
I want to be able to have fun on Friday night, going back and forth between Target 1 and Target 2.
I want to be able to have fun on Friday night, going back and forth between Target 1 and Target 2. Now, since it's Martin Luther King's birthday today, and Aaron was compared to Martin Luther King Jr. and Nelson Mandela by Jenna, and has been held up as this, pillar of protesting by his cult followers, what part of the civil rights movement was fun? What part of fighting apartheid was fun? What part of the 70s, where women were marching in the streets and burning their bras for women's rights, was fun? What part of Stonewall was fun? Was it fun for the trans women and the gay people and the lesbians to be battling it out with tear gas? Are people who are protesting ICE right now in Minneapolis and here in my city having fun? Is that fun? What part of bringing awareness to a multi-billion-dollar fucking cult is fun? But that's why Aaron does it. It's not about protesting, guys. It's about having fun. Thank you, Aubrey, for being here. Thank you. My mom, this is Aubrey's comment, not my mom. My mom was involved as a part of the civil rights movement. Newsflash, everyone, it was not fun. Yeah, it's only fun for a straight white man. Correct. Yeah, it's great for him. People buy him pizza. They buy him donuts. He even revealed who that person was. She came out and told some weird story about me that had no connection to reality. And he's like, yeah. Like, he's listening to insane people on the side of the street. It's literally, many thanks to your mom, Aubrey. Exactly. Okay. Now, why? We're going to get to Mark and Tori here in a minute. Okay. So it's fun for him. There's a little bit more right here.
The idea of people with signs going back and forth, including myself, like I would be going, walking back and forth. To me, that just sounds really fun.
Just sounds really fun. Okay, let me go ahead here a little bit.
Order. So I want the protection order. to be. I want to be done. I want to be done with the protection order. I don't want to have to. As long as there's a protection order in place, there's something that I can be accused of violating.
As long as there's a protection order in place, there's something I can be accused of violating. I want you guys to really get in the mindset of Aaron here, into his mind. He does not think that running up to any citizen, regardless of age, but specifically running up to a Scientologist, shoving his camera via a gimbal in their face and being close proximity to them, even when they say, no, thank you, that there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him doing that. But because he has the protection order, now he could be in trouble for that very thing, right? It's interesting to me that that's the only reason why he thinks this, thing is not okay. Last Friday night, if any of you caught that was not a protest. That was him standing on a corner, literally kvetching about me and Reese for almost 2 hours, which I find to be hilarious. I am literally 2,500 miles away from this man. I could not be farther away unless I moved to Alaska, okay, or Hawaii. And all he did for 2 hours is talk shit about me. And there's a difference when I'm doing a stream, bringing awareness to Aaron's absolutely disgusting behavior and illegal crimes, which we're going to get to here, and him demeaning, defaming, and degrading me for 2 hours and talking about my mental health and my children, and insinuating various things, which is wild to me. Because out of the two of us, Aaron, one of us has been arrested on 2 charges and went to jail for 22 days and might go to prison for up to 10 years. And the other one has never been arrested for anything. So I think that the high horse that you think that you're on is actually like a My Little Pony, okay? And you need to come to reality with where you're at here. Okay. Let's move forward. I've tried to find the markers here, guys, to make this a little bit faster because, number one, we don't really have to. The whole thing isn't necessary. Here we go.
Or to make something like that happen is to do it with someone who was too new.
Just so you know, he's talking about specifically the interview that Alex did with Amir, and he references that throughout this whole thing and how he would have done it better and how you have to really give the person, the understanding that if they speak out, if they speak to you in public, if they, dare to push back against David Miscavige, they're going to get declared. You have to make sure that before you do a live interview with somebody, that they understand the consequences. And then goes on to totally shit on race and try to redefine and rewrite history and redefine what it means to be under the radar. Okay. So.
And too stupid to realize that they should not do that or to truly know what the consequences of that would be. Now, I say too new and too stupid to be intentionally blunt. Amir is obviously not stupid, but
and he did it. Okay. Of course, Aaron just did it, guys. You guys saw that live. The video is now unavailable. I have it downloaded later in the video, and I also have notes, dumbass. So later, he thinks that, guys, he thinks this is strategy. Okay. He thinks that if he takes the video down, that I'm going to get frustrated. I'm not actually frustrated. I'm not mad. I'm not going to blow up, Aaron, because I don't actually have any emotional attachment to you anymore. I did. I've been over that. I was very emotional about losing what I thought was a friendship of 30 years. That actually meant something to me. And you were someone that I thought about and cared about and wanted great success for. And when that was, taken from me by you and then weaponized against me and then sucked back into and then really triple weaponized against me, that really fucked me up. It really fucked me up, like a lot. But the thing any narcissist cannot stand, guys, is a mirror. So by playing Aaron's videos, we are literally holding up a mirror to him, and he cannot stand it. Cannot stand it. So when he puts the video up, as soon as I'm done with my video, guys, he will put the video back up. Why? Because he needs the ad revenue. He needs the clicks. He needs the super chats. He needs all that stuff. Let me talk about that for a minute here, because again, this is another one of his lies. This was a question that he answered later. The question was specifically if a piece of content on YouTube is taken away via a privacy strike, does the person lose that money? The answer is yes, and I'm going to explain it to you. So as you guys can look through anybody's channel, we'll just go to my channel right now because he can't take down my channel because he's not me. I'll show you guys my other channel here. Okay. So let's just we're going to go to my other channel here and we'll go to the live streams. Okay. So as we go through these live streams, okay, that's me. This is from the garage. This is from forever ago. Okay. So let's take this one from a year ago. Okay. This is me talking about the secret lives of Mormon wives. Okay. If somebody in this show, let's say, did a privacy strike and that video is now removed, do I lose the revenue from a year ago? No, absolutely not. Of course not. That's crazy. I don't now have to pay YouTube money. However, okay, if we go to the channel that we're talking on right now here, okay, here we are. Oh, Thomas Mew Anderson, almost as obsessed with me as Aaron is. Okay, so now we're at this video here, this live video. If this live video, and thank you 603 people for being here live, if this live video today, this week, or at some point this month gets taken down via a privacy strike, you bet your bottom dollar I don't get those super chats or anything else. Why? Because the super chat money, the memberships are not immediately calculated into what you see on the back end to tell you how much money you are potentially making. That takes at least sometimes a week, depending on how long they take to process the video, sometimes for at least 48 to 72 hours. So if the video is removed, like he did with the other live streams, like immediately after I'd put them up under false pretenses, no, I don't get any of that money. That's how that works, because the money wasn't even processed through the system, and you don't get paid for this video until next month. Okay? So literally, he wants to be like, I know how YouTube works. I'm YouTube. Like, no, Aaron, you're not. You don't understand that. So when I say to people, hey, if you want to give me a super chat, thank you, but also please send it to my PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App instead. Because if this video gets privacy strike, guess what? Then if you want to give me that money, it still gets to me. Okay? I'm not demanding or asking for money. I'm not sitting on here, guys, I'm so broke. Please send me. I have said in the past, very jokingly, please send me boxes of cash. And I've put up my P.O. box. And listen, I'm never going to turn down cash. I'm not going to lie. Like, boop. Okay? If somebody wants to do that, I am happy to accept. Okay? And I am grateful for every single super chat. But Aaron seems to be the only one who can get a super chat, and that's okay. Right? Everybody else is a grifter. And he tries to, again, rewrite history as if he didn't sit in Los Angeles telling people, hey, Don't give me super chats. If you want to fund my hotel and my food fund, send me a Venmo or a PayPal. Are we supposed to all have amnesia from 2023? Like we don't remember Aaron going to LA on everybody's dime and staying at a hotel that he didn't pay for and eating food that he didn't pay for? How about all the money that was put together in a GoFundMe when he was detained in Los Angeles because everybody thought he got arrested? His quote on that was, I didn't ask him to do it. Every single time that I have asked for money for something, when I went to LA for the protest, the equipment that I got, paying for the lawyer, that has all gone to those things. If you guys think that, and paid for my flight and everything to go to Florida, thank you so much for helping me get there. Okay. I stayed in I don't know if you guys have seen Barb and Star go to Vista Del Mar, but there's an opening song and dance number called the Palm Vista Hotel, and they are staying at the Palm Vista Motel. The place I stayed was very, very similar to the Palm Vista Motel because I was staying one night, guys. Okay. It was fine. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't. It was not the Palm Vista Hotel. I can tell you that. Sorry, guys. I gotta have my honey lemon. Okay. So in that video, he at the 13-minute mark, he starts like trying to weave this narrative about what it means for people to reach out for help, right? In the Scientology universe, his definition of that. And then in 32 minutes, that's where he talks about the strikes. And in the 41-minute, I showed this quote before, is where he says that he, again, consequences of talking to people like us, ex-Scientologists and things like that. And he doesn't care. He thinks that all Scientology staff should be dismissed, which I find to be very telling, again, because he has no solution for them. Okay. And what do I mean by that? If you guys saw my members only New Year's Eve stream, you heard me lay out in great detail my dream scenario for a nonprofit. When the SPTV Foundation was in the baby phase, guys, was in the inception phase, and a lot of people have tried to twist my words about this, so I want to be very specific. Yes, when Aaron was getting kicked off of the Aftermath Foundation, he told, me and Serge and a few other people, and I mean Serge Delmar and a few other people, his version of events. He also did this in April when he knew that the Juliana situation, and I should stop calling it that, when the him abusing Juliana in the hotel room and throwing her against a wall outside of a CVS was going to come to light. He wanted to make sure that we all knew that she was insane, that she was a stalker, that she had hurt him, she had attacked him. Oh, thank you, Diary of a Ghost, for becoming a member. I appreciate that very much. That she was an insane person. Now, at the same time, and I told this story many times before, I had received an email from Juliana. Now, I didn't know if it was a real email. It was not very well written. I did write her back, and I said, what are you asking me to do? And then she sent me like a bunch of evidence. At the time, and guys, I've been brutally honest about this. Stephanie with a PH, I'm going to give you my theory on that in this, on who got the footage and how it got held onto, okay? At that time period, I really believed Aaron. I really believed that, not that he was in an open marriage with Heather. I didn't actually believe that. My viewpoint was that he was just cheating on Heather, and that was gross. And I told him to just fucking get divorced at the time, right? And But I believed him that this woman was crazy because the email that she wrote to me, I look at it now and I can understand that this is a woman who is in the middle of a traumatic response to a very violent event that took place over the course of like 48 hours. And when you are in that type of mind frame and panic and your body is on high alert, you're not going to, things are coming. It's a stream of consciousness, right? And she was also desperate at that time to get help. Okay. And I got the email. And you know what the first thing I did with the email was? When I got that email, is before Aaron called me, I sent that email to Claire and to Mike and to other Aftermath people. And I said, if this is fucking true, this is a big fucking deal. Right. And this woman in the email to me had also claimed that she had talked to Claire at the courthouse, that she knew Leah and this other stuff. And I sent it to Leah also, right, at the time. And I was like, what the fuck? And Claire wrote me back, basically, as I recall, because I haven't looked at that email in 2 years. But what I recall Claire saying was, we're taking care of it, kind of a thing. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means, but all right. And then Aaron called me to tell me his side. And I told him, I got the email from Juliana. And here's what she said. And he's like, well, yes, we got into it. No, she didn't. He tried to deny that she got injured in any way, shape, or form. Oh, thank you so much. You're here as an infiltrator, not as a mod infiltrator. Okay, kitty. He tried to deny that she got injured, that he wanted to say he was the only one that got injured. His foot got severely injured. He was bleeding all over the place. He just had to get her out. A lot of what he said publicly is what he said to us privately, right? He just had to get her out of there. Such a bad situation. He's covering a rape trial and this woman's like going crazy and la, 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 la. Okay. There's a lot of regret and shame that I carry for that particular time period because I didn't take a huge step back at that time and go like, wow, I need to like examine a lot of shit. There was a lot of stuff going on. The Masterson trial was very hot and heavy. I didn't want to fuck that up. Now, would me of telling the truth about Aaron at the time had a consequence on the Masterson trial? Of course not. But in my mind, I thought that it would. And so I went along for the ride on that one. I co-signed Aaron's abuse. I absolutely defended him with every ounce of my being. Against Stephanie, who, I still think a bit of a baby reindeer towards Mike Rinder, but I think she was used by Mike Rinder. So to answer your question, Stephanie, with the PH, here's my theory. I have no proof of this, but this is my theory. My theory is as soon as this information came to light and Juliana sent these emails around, part of the Aftermath Foundation, guys, and the reason why I push back on it, okay, is not because of the things that they have done. I do believe 100% that entity, okay, as a foundation has absolutely helped people and they are of the intent of helping people. My problem with the Aftermath Foundation are a majority of the board members, okay, and not because of things that they are trying to accomplish in the now times, but I have very little trust in them as a former Scientologist, for them to handle former Scientologists in a non-Scientology way, right? We have Mike Rinder, who is now passed, right? Who was the head of the Office of Special Affairs and various different branches and things for 25 years. Okay. Then you have Claire Headley, who was at the highest ranks of Scientology's interrogation enforcement bureau, and was in charge of, kind of throwing people to the concentration camp and enforcing Scientology's mores and, torture systems from the highest degree on down. Okay. Then you got Amy Scobie, who was basically the same as Claire Headley, but just for the Celebrity Center branch of Scientology, which encompassed thousands of people. Then you have Matt Pesh, who has admitted on Jeff Augustine's show, the Scientology Money Project, that he ran a slush fund out of the buildings there in Florida to move predators around so that they wouldn't be prosecuted in the jurisdictions in which they had committed those crimes. Okay? I just don't think that those particular people should be in charge. Yeah, that was an old interview, Marguerite said. They just reposted that today. I think that, those particular people should turn over the foundation to professionals, and continue to serve in an advisory capacity to, talk to Scientologists who are leaving from a place of experience of having left Scientology, and, make them feel better about the process of leaving, because it's very hard. It is very hard to physically leave Scientology, and to even harder to mentally leave Scientology. So my theory is that Mike Rinder never really, and I've said this in many videos, and we'll do a whole other series on Mike Rinder later, but is that Mike Rinder continued to practice much of what he was doing as the, commander of the Office of Special Affairs into his afterlife in the, real world here that he existed in, for a decade and a half after he left Scientology, or however long that was. And yeah, exactly what I just said, Jess. I'm with you 100%. Also naming it the Michael J. Rinder Foundation, especially for people like me, who were in the Sea organization during a very specific time period, there's plenty of us still left in there. That is not going to make people reach, as they say in Scientology, reach out. Reach is just the word for help. So I personally think that Mike Rinder did exactly what I did. When Aaron told me it was a CVS, right? I figured out where that CVS was, because it had to be one near the courthouse and near the hotel that he was staying at. So I triangulated that on a map, and I found the nearest CVS, because we all know Aaron doesn't go farther than he needs to go. So, and I figured out, who could have possibly seen it. Now, when the footage finally came out a year later via Stephanie Hutchison, there's only one place that could have come from, and that is Mr. Michael Rinder. Okay, I think he figured out that the ice cream shop across the street had a camera. He called them up, did an OSA op. Hi, I'm a detective. I'm, and I need your footage for this date. Do you still have that? Fantastic. I'll send someone to come pick it up. And he probably had Jackson or somebody else, go pick up the footage for him, posing as some sort of law enforcement, and then held it until he needed to weaponize it. It's the same modus operandi that Aaron does. Aaron basically apprenticed under Mike Rinder's tutelage and learned from him all of these things. Okay. He literally worshipped Mike Rinder, because Mike Rinder had a lot of power in Scientology, immense power. Okay. There were 3 people in Scientology that if they walked into a room, you were immediately, I would say 4, really. You were immediately terrified. Okay. That, of course, David Miscavige. You have to be, no, I know she didn't have it at first. I understand she didn't have it. Mike had it, and then he gave it to her when he wanted to weaponize it. That would be David Miscavige, obviously, first. The second would be Marty Rathbun, who was David Miscavige's number 2. The third would have been Mike Rinder. Okay. And the fourth, close tie with Mike, would have been what we used to refer to as Mr. and Mrs. Rathbun, which was Marty Rathbun's then wife. Okay. Who was possibly even more scary than Marty was at the time. If any of these 4 people walked into your space in your org and while you were doing your job, you knew you were fucked. You gave her the footage. I don't know who you are or why you would have it. And how did you give it? How did you get it? Did someone email it to you? Did you call the ice cream shop? This is tea. This is breaking news. How did you get the footage, SPTV Foundation? Or my nickname for you, Potato Head Foundation? You never heard anything about Marty's wife before, Mr. and Mrs. Rathbun? There's a 60 Minutes interview that she's on. Yeah. If the Potato Head Foundation would like to tell us where that came into their possession, I would love to know that. But I'm going to finish telling my story here. I said it was a theory. I said I had no proof. But thank you for explaining that you gave it to Stephanie. But I still want to know where you got it from. Okay. Either way, it was only released at a convenient time to be weaponized against Aaron, right? To shake his narrative. Okay. It showed the truth of what happened. It showed that Aaron was a fucking liar. My narrative is wrong. I don't know about that. And listen. You can claim responsibility all you want, Potato Head Foundation, and that's fine. If you want to email me and correct the record off the record, that's totally fine. But let me finish my story. Okay, jeez, calm down. This is my theory. I said it was a theory. Follow me, everyone. It's just a theory. Okay. Yeah. Why sell out Mike Rinder now? Because he's dead and he can say whatever he wants, right? Yeah. Mrs. Rathbun interrogated me also. She is fucking scary as fuck. Yeah. Okay. For Mike Rinder to come out of Scientology, and the phrase that I nicknamed him Papa Smurf. For him to reinvent himself in this just shucks and I'm just the guy who knows about what they did is what is upsetting to me. The way he explained all of the things about Scientology in the Aftermath series, he always removed himself. He said, OSA, the Office of Special Affairs, what they would do is XYZ. This is how OSA did. This is what Scientology would have done. Those are all mischaracterizations, especially involving specific incidents that he was absolutely in charge of. Okay. For example, Miriam Francis. And she even talked about this. When they were having their interview, they're taping the interview. This is not a pre-interview. This is not a warm-up. It wasn't like, hey, when he told the story to Leah during that interview of how basically he stole her mother from Australia and got her to Los Angeles, Miriam did not know why her mom left. He didn't bother to tell her that little tidbit before they filmed and gave no further explanation after. Also, fails to tell her to her face, absolutely, I knew that your father was abusing you. We got all of the reports and we covered it up. Now, I want to ask the audience, how much more powerful would the Aftermath series have been if Mike Rinder, as the co-host of Leah Remini, Scientology in the Aftermath, had used I statements and had told the victims to their faces, yes, here's what we did to keep that going. Here's what we did to cover up those crimes that were done to you. Here's why we wanted the Scientology ranches to operate. Here's how we allowed those people to continue doing. Here's how we shuffled them around. Here's what I ordered. Here's who I ordered to do that. How much more powerful and how much less power would Scientology have right now if Mike Rinder had done that? What does this say here? Pop, 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 pop. What did you say, Trish? Thank you for being a member for 1 month. Rinder had all of us fooled, starting with the Aftermath show. I have a feeling he was even more diabolical than we know. That is correct. That is correct. Now, I will say this. His widow, Christy, I have complete confidence and faith in her as a human being. Why do I say that? I worked very closely with her sister, Linda, while we were in the fake space Navy together. And I met Christy through her a few times. Christy, when we were in the fake space Navy at the same time, she was in a, she was like above me in the fake space Navy, right? Oh, yes, I have said that, Colty Clutch. I have said that multiple times. From what I know of her and conversations that we've had over the years, I have full faith and certainty that every decision that Christy makes as a board member of that organization is to absolutely 100% help and to make sure that people who need it are getting help. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say on that, because I did talk about all the other board members who were former Scientologists. Christy is not one of those people that I have like questions about, because she was never in a position while in the fake space Navy to cause pain, suffering, and damages to another human being. That wasn't part of her job, right? Yeah, she's a born in like me. She's the same age as me. It's a whole thing. She's the same age as his oldest daughter, Taryn. Yeah, which I think is really why his daughter came out so hard. Why don't I release the footage? What footage are you talking about? I don't know what footage you're talking about, so you'll have to be more specific. I don't have any footage. No, she was not a high-ranking officer. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. So the other video that Aaron did was the one that he did immediately after the trial finished. Let's see if he is ready to strike, take this one down too, but he probably will. Just so you guys can hear what he said here.
To do jury selection, make sure there's no last minute things or whatever that anybody wants to do. The jury selection gets done on Friday.
Possibly.
And so then we come in
It's
on
actually
Tuesday
not
and
what
ready
it's
to
for.
just bam. The whole
It's for
thing's gonna be done in
motions.
probably a couple hours is my guess.
It's for motion.
I'm looking forward to it, guys. I mean, I've never been through this process. I'm absolutely excited to get this in front of the jury. And so are my lawyers. I think everyone's breathing a sigh of relief. Like, that was my fault. Everyone's kind of breathing a sigh of relief. Like, oh, thank God we're through the pretrial. Thank God. Thank God we're through. Wait, it's only 2.5 weeks? No. March, but it's over. And so, like I said, guys, state attorney didn't even say one freaking word.
No, she
So
didn't.
none of you fucking nutcases out there that have been obsessively emailing my lawyers, emailing the prosecutors, trying to get me sent to jail. You all failed. You're a bunch of fucking losers. You're absolute lunatics. The state attorney didn't give a shit about any of your fucking bullshit. I'm glad you wasted your time. I'm glad you wasted your money. I'm glad you wasted your effort. And yeah, state attorney didn't say a single word.
I just want to play that clip for you guys. So great. So great. That's not what happened. So, and I've told you guys this, there was 2 bailiffs in the room the whole time, a short female bailiff. And I say short because she's shorter than me. I'm also short, whatever. And a slightly taller male bailiff. Okay. And right before Aaron was called up, finally at the end with his lawyers, because his main lawyer, Jerry, had 2 other clients before Aaron, a 3rd bailiff came in. And my first thought was, oh my God, they've like called in backup because they're going to fucking arrest him. Because I had seen Aaron's lawyer while he was out of the courtroom sit down next to the prosecution and they exchanged some paperwork. And I didn't know if it was for Aaron, I still don't know, or for one of his other 2 clients that were there. Right. And Aaron, like, just like when he was getting arrested and the cop told him that he was being arrested for a felony and you saw like his soul visibly leave his body, that's what was happening in that moment. He was completely freaked out. And then he stood up there just like frozen, didn't say anything. And then as soon as, he left, he pushed through the little, because he was in front of the little, there's like a little swinging door, a little Dutch door. He pushed through that. He paused for like a half a second, cocked his head to the left with his mouth open, like he was going to say something to me and Barbara and Dodge and Lindsay. We were all in one row there. And then he turned away and just like bolted, literally bolted from the courtroom. And yeah, he's not cool as a cucumber as he's putting off. He is terrified. He is terrified that something's going to happen. And I think that the prosecution is doing the right thing right now. Why? Because they don't have to say anything. Aaron has already widened the scope. And yes, it is going to be a jury trial. It's listed in the thing as a jury trial, in the portal as a jury trial. So in Florida, for a misdemeanor, you get 6 jurors. So there will be 6 people that will be sitting in that box, ready to, listen to the case, see all the evidence. And yeah. How did he react when seeing Lindsay? Not good. He went on a Twitter rant and posted her fucking texts to him. He texted her immediately, or Facebook messaged her and was like, calling her names. Yeah. Yeah. He's not a good person, guys. He's not a good person. He said a lot of salacious things. Now, in the state of Florida, guys, you cannot post private text messages between you and another person. That's illegal. If you're doing it to harm another person, that can be considered a felony. Okay. In the state of Florida, you're not allowed to do that. He did that with Barbara. He did that with Lindsay. He's posted Reese's texts. He just keeps breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. And because he's widened the scope, guys, as was revealed in this second hearing where he got released, not the hearing where he got released, the one where he was still remanded to jail for more time after 8 days. The judge agreed that Aaron had widened the scope after she had ordered him not to talk about John Gaffney, all the videos that he made, and doing interviews from jail and continuing to publish content from jail. Okay. So yeah, Aaron has sunk his own battleship on this one, guys. While at the courthouse, I did order a copy of the transcript from December 5th. Now, the process for getting that is you have to fill out this paperwork and say how fast you want it. As soon as it is ready, I will get an email from the court saying your paperwork is ready. And then they're going to tell me how much it costs. And it's like $6.50 per page just for like 30 days service. I asked for it faster, so it's probably going to be like $10 a page. I don't know how many pages it is. And I'm going to have someone go to the courthouse to pick that up for me when it's ready. And then, yeah, they'll mail it to me and we will I will get to have it like right here in my hot little hand. And then hopefully me getting those transcripts will then make them publicly available for everybody else. So now let's get to Reese here. So in his next video, which I will pull up, I want to stick to my outline. Okay, so first, I'm just going to show you the screen here. So first he does to Reese what he did to Barbara. Okay. And that is illegally showing. This is the video entitled Relatable Reese's Lies and Deception. First, he illegally shows their private text stream. Now, in the state of Florida, the blue part is what he said. You can show that. You can show what you said all day in Florida, and you can read it. But you cannot show what the other person said, that without their consent. Now, I'm willing to wager a guess that Reese did not consent to this being shown. Then he takes it a step further because he wants to prove that Mike Rinder is a big fat liar. So he replays Mike Rinder's thing. He shows a lot of Reese's content in here. But I have to fast forward a lot. Okay. So then he takes it a step further and violates Colorado state law, which is even. And
then he says he was never told about
worse than the other one. Okay. This is the email that he allegedly wrote from July 5th, 2022 to Mike Rinder and Luis. Okay. Now, earlier in this video, if he hasn't already taken it down, which is why it's swirling, he also shows the voicemail, an internal voicemail transcript from the Aftermath Foundation. Now, I just want to bring this up because, of course, guys, I checked. I asked a very specific question. I asked, in Colorado, are internal emails and voicemails of a 501c3 charity considered confidential? And if they are publicized on a YouTube video, is that a crime? Okay. This is the answer I got back. Now, of course, the specific statutes and stuff, you got to dig into that further. But this is the gist. Okay. In Colorado, internal emails and voicemails of a 501c3 charity are generally not considered legally confidential in the same way government records are, but they are considered private, proprietary information of the organization. Publicizing them on a YouTube video is not automatically a crime, but it carries the significant risks of criminal felony charges for wiretapping illegal interception if obtained without consent and potentially civil liability for invasion of privacy. Okay. While not public, charities are expected to be transparent. However, confidentiality is a balance, and internal staff emails or private voicemails are generally protected from unauthorized public disclosure. Certain information must be public, like the IRS Form 990. But internal daily communications, emails or voicemails, are not part of this required disclosure. Okay? Whether it's a crime depends on how the information was obtained and the nature of the content. Now, we know that Aaron obtained this while being the vice president of the Aftermath Foundation? Why is this information still on his personal computer 2 years later? Why is the voicemail where Reese originally calls the Aftermath on his personal computer still? I'm not in the state of Florida. Okay? If the person publishing the video recorded the voicemail conversation or intercepted the email without the consent of at least one party involved, that is a felony. Uh-huh. That is very possible, Nana. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So once again, Aaron not informing himself of the law. You don't get to plead ignorance all the time. Okay. Oh, the last stream is 100% bullying. He can take it down if he wants, but it's like literally, this is showing his conduct in real life, guys. This is showing who he actually is. And when you are trying anybody or you're debating anybody or you're doing anything to try and say, hey, this person's a good person or this person's a bad person, okay? The public discourse debate and someone's character goes a long way to forming the decision of guilt or not guilt. Okay? Because if the person is believable, if they have an upstanding character and the accusations are really wildly out of character and the evidence is kind of flimsy, then people are going to be like, wow, I don't believe any of this. But if the guy has a shitbag character and does shitty things and records himself doing the shitty things and then tries to lie to your face and say, I didn't do a shitty thing, they're shitty, right? The jury of non-cult members is going to be like, are you okay? Are you okay? Because what? Yeah, in my mind, guys, there is a 0% chance that Aaron Smith-Levin going to this trial does not end in him in prison. Not jail, guys. Prison with a capital P. I'm pretty sure a plea deal can come at any time. We have until now, between now and March 3rd, however many days that, well, let's ask Siri. I don't know. How many days between now and March 3rd, 2026? Okay, 43 days, guys. 43 days. Maybe a plea deal comes up. Maybe Aaron starts realizing he's going to prison. But they're just letting him hang himself right now. They're letting him hang himself right now. He's not helping himself in any way, shape, or form. Okay, so what else did he do during this video? Did he take it down already? No. Okay, look at. I got to show you guys this. So he not only did he show one email, he shows multiple emails. And this is absolutely an internal email. Okay. But it went only to Mike at his Hushmail account. And Aaron sent this from his official Aftermath Foundation. He didn't send it. Now, when Mike Rinder says that he didn't send it to the board, he didn't send it to the board. He sent it to Mike Rinder's personal email and he BCC'd Luis Garcia's personal email. He sent it from his official Aftermath Foundation email and did not do the normal, hey, we have this lady, here's her situation, here's the debrief. Why did he send it to only Mike Rinder? And this communication, thanks, Aaron, gonna speak to my friends tomorrow. From what I get, she'd be willing to talk to them. I don't know who these friends are. I don't know what Aaron and Mike wanted to get out of Reese other than information, which she was providing to them via the recording she did. If anybody can't see that both Mike and Aaron Smith-Levin, okay, we're the ones who were personally shuffling the people to see who was worthy of help. And then if they couldn't have, info, maybe we'll just help them. They're sad. Or, we can pump them for some info and then maybe we'll help them. But I want to bring this up, guys, because in the world of people asking for help, okay, we all remember that the Aftermath show happened, okay, 2015, 2016, and, carried on for 3 years. And then the Aftermath Foundation was born like 2018, okay, like 2 years after the second season or something like that, 2018, 2019. And everybody was like, ooh, this is the foundation of the people who did the show that's fucking amazing. People who were under the radar, and we're going to go over what that means, who needed help started reaching out. A lot of them, guys, got rejected immediately. Or were like, oh yeah, we're going to help you, and then just ghosted. The same thing has happened with the SPTV Foundation. People either get no response back or they get a direct response from Aaron Smith-Levin telling them, nope. Or why don't you just check with your doctor? Or we don't do that, or whatever. What, class, is the common denominator between the communications that went out from the Aftermath Foundation circa the inception to 2023 and the SPTV Foundation? Anyone have a guess? The answer would be Aaron Smith-Levin. Aaron Smith-Levin was doing the same thing at the Aftermath Foundation that he is doing now, which Jenna revealed to us in her video, which former board members have revealed in their own statements why they left, that Aaron Smith-Levin personally vets every call, every email, everything. Okay. At the Aftermath Foundation, you can see that the first vetting process there was between Aaron, Mike, and Luis Garcia. At the SPTV Foundation, it was similar. It was between Aaron and Jenna, Natalie, and Mike Brown for a bit. And if those four decided you were worthy of help, then it was brought for a vote to the rest of the board, where basically they were like, we're approving this person. Everyone say aye. Aaron didn't change anything with the SPTV Foundation. He just had a new bunch of people that he was controlling. Even though he claimed, oh, we're going to help people, it doesn't matter how long you've been out, because that was one of the things that the Aftermath said. Like, well, if you've been out of Scientology a decade, then you should be able to take care of yourself by now. It just sucks that you had no training on how to handle money. Like, so sad for you that you're in debt. Tough tits. Oh, you're not doing well? You're almost homeless? Oh, that sounds like a you problem. Okay? Like, it's the same shit, different zip code, because the Aftermath was founded in Colorado and the SPTV Foundation was founded in Florida. Okay? The difference this time is Aaron is in control of everything with the SPTV Foundation. I will give Claire kudos for not letting him have control of the finances and other shit in the Aftermath. Even though he was technically the co-founder with Luis Garcia. They did a good separation of church and state there. But it's the same shit. right? He's judge and jury on ex-Scientologists on who gets help and who doesn't get help. Who's worthy? Who should get the help? Okay? This is also the same person who spends Fridays running, well, formally, because he can't go on the base now and they don't come down that street, running up to Scientologists and yelling in their face and following them down the street and putting his camera in their face, throwing chalk on them, and until he wanted a PR shot, only writing nasty messages on the ground, screaming at them that they're in a cult, right? That's not helping anybody get out, right? And I want to clarify one thing. Warning people about Scientology, okay? Because I've heard Scott and other people say this. Well, we're not trying to help people get out. We're trying to keep people from going in. Okay. That is a legitimate thing to do, right? That's a different type of protest. Okay. If you're out there to say this business, take PETA as an example. Okay. They're not actually standing in front of a chicken farm with trucks ready to take the chickens away and give them a home in someone's free range backyard. They're just like, this is blood on your hands. The chickens have souls, and so they're trying to get people to not buy from this chicken farm, right? They don't actually have a solution after. Also, PETA has conducted a number of medical experiments on animals. Don't get me started on PETA. But it's the same thing as standing outside of the Church of Scientology saying, it's a cult, don't go in there, right? Like what Streets and them were doing in outside of the test center, right? That's a different type of protest, keeping people away, okay? And I totally abide by that. Like, good job. Fucking shut that shit down. Don't let people get sucked into it because there's a fucking Santa Claus, in there to take a picture with on Hollywood Boulevard. Make sure people don't get sucked into that. Good job. Then there's the people like Tori. Okay, I'll use Tori as an example. That are out there to try and educate the Scientologists and talk to them, in their own language to say, hey, you're being lied to. Please come talk to me so I can tell you the truth of what's going on out here. And trying to help people leave. Now, these two things are opposing, okay? Because one is very like, don't go in here. It's disgusting. They're going to hurt you. Okay? Standing outside of somewhere saying that creates fear on the inside because it creates repercussions for the people on the inside. So they see you as an enemy. They see you as a bad person. They see you as the person who's making them stay up all night, as the person who's, making you have to do extra things now. And somehow it's already your fault, even though you've never met this person, you don't know them. Okay. The second kind of protester, like Tori, is still upsetting to the people inside, but people see her and they're like, okay, it's just an old lady sitting in a chair and she's just like wanting to talk to people. I don't really know. She seems harmless. Why can't I talk to her? Right? It makes them inside start asking questions. And that's how people start to leave the cult. Once you start asking questions and those questions don't stop because the programming doesn't kick in to make you stop, okay? That's how people start leaving, okay? So let me go into this other thing because two other things came up in these streams that are completely ridiculous, where Aaron is trying to definitively be the only source for what it means to be under the radar. And this is a phrase that has been made up by the X community, okay, to talk about people who are not visibly out of Scientology. And by that, I mean, you are willing to do this, to say publicly, and by publicly, I mean to everybody, I am not a Scientologist, and Scientology is a criminal organization that harmed me and harmed other people, and here's how they harmed me. And you don't use Scientology in your life. You don't use the language and things like that. That is someone who has sloughed off, that's the right word, Scientology. They've rid themselves of Scientology. Okay. They have exorcised the demons. Yeah. Okay. And that process, I will say, the exorcising of the Scientological demons is an ongoing process, guys. There is no end phenomena for exorcising those demons. Okay. Because that shit gets ingrained. It is deep. And there are still things that will pop up now that I will think are absolutely a real thing. And I will plant my feet in the ground. And my wife is like, babe, that's not real. And I'll explain my reasoning behind it. And she'll be like, no, babe, that's Scientology. And then I have to like sort through my feelings about that. Okay. So under the radar, just like being a Scientologist, okay, has multiple levels and layers and nuance. Okay. Because people are Scientologists, and I put that in air quotes, in various different ways. Okay. Some people, like my mom, we'll take my mom as an example, got in when she was 19. She was a drug addict. She was a hippie. Her parents had basically told her to go fuck herself. She dropped out of college. She was kind of like super lost. She was a child of the 60s. Okay. And she read Dianetics, and she went in, she literally marched into the organization in San Francisco, California, and said, listen here, I like this Dianetic stuff, but I don't want any of this Scientology nonsense. And they were like, okay. And I think I would like to help people. And they were like, okay. Would you like to work here and get paid to help people? And she was like, I can get a job doing that. And they're like, absolutely. We've been looking for you. And boom, my mom was in. Love bomb, all of this shit. Okay? She was sucked in. She stood on fucking corners in San Francisco handing out tickets for people to come in and see the films, for people to come in and do the free stuff, for people to come. She was like, she would joke and tell me that she would have to like fight for a corner versus the Hare Krishnas and the Koreshes and all this shit, because it was like the 60s, babies. It was the 60s, 70s. There was literally a cult on every corner in San Francisco. Okay. So she got in this time of love and freedom, and we're changing the world, baby. We're changing the world. Right. And she believed everything Lafayette said. She believed it lock, stock, and barrel. Okay. On the outside. There were some things that she read, even when she was a dedicated Guardian's Office member, where she was doing the dirty deeds to protect Mary Sue Hubbard and Lafayette Ronald Hubbard, you know. There were certain things that he wrote that she was like, I don't know about that. And she filed that away. But the other stuff, that's fine. That's fine. But that one piece, no, I'm going to throw it away, because in Scientology, if it isn't true for you, it isn't true. And so early days Scientologists really believed that. So Lafayette could write like a tome, just like a 5-page, single space, fucking 12-point font typed, treatise about sex. And you read the whole thing and you're like, well, I agree with part of that. So I'm just going to keep this one paragraph. That's good. Rest of it, I don't care. Okay. And as the generations changed, and as Lafayette died and David Miscavige took over, there was no like not agreeing with every single thing that was written. The severity of the punishment of that became more and more. The absoluteness of Lafayette's words became more and more ingrained. And this is, I think, what happens with every religion, cult, whatever. As the deity, the leader, the the guy who makes it up, as they pass away, it becomes more and more important for that group to hold those words as absolute, as holy, unchangeable, right? Even though society and language and everything else develops and changes, nope, unchangeable, which is absolutely ridiculous, right? Which is why, if we all recall our U.S. history, okay, from 5th grade, guys, when the writers, the authors of not only the Constitution of the United States of America, but the document that precedes the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, they say very clearly in that document that if at any time these ideas become outdated or punitive or no longer needed or no longer workable, start over. Do it again. That's why they say the Constitution is a living document. It is supposed to evolve. It is supposed to change and grow as we change and grow. There is no religion out there, there is no cult out there that does that. The word of the Lord is absolute. The word of Allah is absolute. The word of Lafayette is absolute, right? That's how all of these groups go. Joseph Smith, all of these things. It's absolute. Then, like the Mormon church, they were like, okay, it's the 80s. We're going to let black people in. Okay, like, we know Joseph Smith said that people who are brown, it's the mark of the devil. But, it was just olden times. It was just olden times. Let it go. We like black people now, ish. But we need more members. Right? It's the same thing with L. Ron Hubbard. He was a raging racist, homophobic piece of shit. Right? But it's like, oh, we love black people. We're partnering with the Nation of Islam. If Lafayette were alive right now and he saw that his predecessor, who was not his predecessor, who just ran a coup and stole Scientology out from under Pat and Danny Broker, teamed up with the Nation of Islam. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because he would have literally burnt down every building himself. That's how racist he was, guys. Just literally just nuts. Just totally, totally nuts. Yeah. So Aaron tries to define under the radar in a very, very specific way that suits his purpose for having, in the first place, accidentally doxing race, and then now further justifying her story about how it affected her, because he has to be in control of even that narrative. He's so angry that she went on Tori's channel and Tori interviewed her and that they had a good conversation. He's so angry. He can't even just let Reese exist, right? He has to be in absolute control of her narrative, okay? Because he thought he owned it from the beginning, right? So what it means to be under the radar or leaving Scientology. I got some new headphones, guys, and I'm actually really liking them. I just had a little itch in my ear. No, an active Scientologist would never say, no, they would not, because it's not a concept that they know, right? When you're a Scientologist, a person is either a Scientologist or they are like an SP, or they are a potential trouble source, or they are they're hanging out with SPs and they're getting infected with the suppressive person cooties, right? Oh, he did attack Tori a bit in this video, and Mark Bunker. He was very, dismissive of Tori's technical prowess, and really made it seem like she was just a burden to him to try and help with internet stuff. Yeah. Yes, they do. The WOG word is still used because it's used by Lafayette throughout the tapes and throughout everything else. So in this video, he degrades Tori. He says that Reese lied to Tori and a bunch of other stuff. But he also tries to like make it look like Tori, you know, had her day and she should just fuck off into the forever because she's useless kind of a thing. And let me get back to the under the radar thing because I'm getting like ahead of myself a little bit here. Sorry. So like in Scientology, you have the people who are, you know, they joined this fake space navy for 1 billion years. They're fucking dedicated. They're in it. They believe every word. They're like blinders on. I'm saving the planet, right? And then you have the people who are just like, I like, you know, I like the fun stuff, like Aaron in protesting. I like the fun stuff. I like to go to the events. Like, you know, kind of like the, you know, what are they called? The Easter Christmas Catholics, you know, that just go to mass those 2 times out of the year, right? The Hanukkah Jews, you know, this kind of a thing, where it's like they believe in some of the things, but they're, you know, I don't talk like that. And like, you know, it's not my main thing. It's not my whole identity, you know. And then there's people who like they spend every waking moment at one of these places and they are listening to Lafayette. They are reading him. They are learning how to be him. They are, you know, counseling somebody. They are getting counseling. They are doing it all day, every day. Okay. And it's like layers. And it also depends on where a person is on that quote unquote bridge to total freedom. Okay. And sometimes people at the very top are like, you know, it's all a bunch of nonsense. I don't really care. I did it. Waste of money. Whoops. You know, and those are super rich people that like spending that amount of money on something that ends up being bullshit in the long run for them is sort of like, well, it was a donation, right? Okay. Yeah, that's very true, Margarista. Black people in Mormonism cannot hold positions in the church, nor will they be advanced to the next kingdoms. No, they will not. No, they will not. They called CEOs Christmas and Easter only. Yeah. In Scientology, they are called dilettantes. They're called dilettantes. It's a very derogatory term. You do not want to be a dilettante in Scientology. Yeah. So when someone is leaving, okay, when someone is leaving Scientology, there are various stages, okay? Now, and that all depends on circumstance, and it is not something that you can just say, it goes A, B, C, D. No, because it doesn't. That's why when people are like, oh my God, how did you get your mom out of Scientology? I was like, bitch, that took a decade of me living with my mother and having, I don't even like countless fights about Scientology principles, about Scientology organizations, about things that happened to me, and having my mom try to gaslight me to my face saying that didn't really happen. And if that had happened, why didn't I tell her? And all this other shit. Okay, a decade. Now my mom's like, Scientology can go fuck itself, it's evil. But that took, and that's, we're talking 14 years later, that's where my mom's at. 14 years later, that's where my mom's at. Okay. So there are some phases that you can designate. Okay. The first phase is when you choose, and it does have to be you, when you choose that you're not going to go as much. Okay. Like maybe you were going like 3 times a week, and maybe now your job is picked up a little bit and you're just not able to go, and you just start going like maybe 1 weekend day, right? Instead of going those 3 nights a week, because yeah, my work, they're asking me to work overtime. I got to make that money. If I want that next step on the bridge, you know, got to get that dough, right? So there's always some excuse. You know, And then you just slowly start pulling back. Okay. Maybe you don't go to the event. You don't go to Lafayette's birthday. You don't go to the 5 nights of the maiden voyage event, right? You just start pulling away and you stop. The other phase that happens is then you stop hanging out with your Scientology friends as much, because the one thing that people forget is, like, when you are in Scientology, it's not just the church you attend on Sundays, like a Catholic. Now, some people go to mass every day. I know that some Catholics are hardcore. They go every day. They're at that 8 a.m. mass. They're praying. They're doing the thing. They want to hear all of the stuff, right? I get it. What am I? Yes. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Oh, this is the video that Aaron took down earlier. Or the one that we're on here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna pull that up if I need it. You start just pulling yourself back. But when you're in Scientology, guys, you're not just attending church. Every aspect of your life becomes Scientology. Your best friend is a Scientologist. Your boss is probably a Scientologist. The person you rent your home from, Scientologist. The places you frequent, Scientologies. Okay? Every aspect of your life is immersed in Scientology. And there is not someone that isn't your neighbor, that isn't your nanny, that isn't your kid's school teacher, that isn't a Scientologist. So when you start to withdraw, if you did it immediately, like say you were attending Scientology every day, your kids were at a Scientology school, you're employed by a Scientologist, okay? Let's say that was your scenario and you wanted to immediately leave. You're literally selling your house and fucking moving. It's like going into the witness protection program. You have to change your entire life. Okay? So that's why I say it takes a long time. So you may not. I'll give you a great example of my life. I left the fake Space Navy in November of 2002. Pretty much when I first left, I was definitely gonna pay my debt and get back in the good graces. My mom was, doing her operating Thetan levels. She was training to be a Class 8. She was all these things. And as far as I knew, my sister was a dedicated Scientologist, all these things. So I was surrounded in my mind with Scientologists. The only other people I knew were either people who had already left the fake Space Navy or the people that I was now working with, all Scientologists. Okay. And so in 2000 and I'm trying to think if it was before or after I had my second son. It might have been just before or just after. So somewhere between 2007 and 2008. So we're talking 5-6 years later. I slowly stopped going to stuff because I could see the lies. Because once you're away from it for long enough, you start to see the not truths, right? When you start watching the news and you're like, wait a minute, David Miscavige said that there was peace in the Middle East because they handed out way to happinesses. What's all this shit going on in Israel and shit? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, you have to go to Scientology doctors, dentists, everything. Yeah. Everything. Okay. That was the first thing for me. Then I started thinking about the International Association of Scientologists, where people just donate all this money. And what the fuck were they doing with all that money? That got the ball rolling for me. And I privately, in my own mind, was like, I'm never doing Scientology again. Fuck that shit. But I was married. And as far as I knew, my then husband was still very much a believer. And here I am, like 8 months pregnant with our first kid, 2004. And I thought, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the thing that, that you're never supposed to do. When the internet came out, they told us, don't ever Google Scientology. You just go to scientology.org. You don't ever Google it. Don't Google it. So it's like the dead of night. I'm super pregnant. I can't sleep. For all the people who've been pregnant, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, God, thank you for being here. You've been a member. I'm so happy that you are a member. And I Googled the word Scientology, and I remember I typed it into my computer, and I was like holding my finger over the the return button, the enter button. Just terrified. I'm breaking out in a sweat. I'm having visions of James Richardson, the security chief of Celebrity Center, like busting through my wall like the Kool-Aid man, tackling me to the ground, like people coming in like fucking, paratroopers and shit into my house to like arrest me. Just thinking that's going to happen. I'm holding my breath and I hit enter and I have my eyes closed like so tight, right? Just like bracing, ready for impact. And then like after a minute, like I open my eyes. Obviously nobody was in my house. It's like 2 a.m. Everyone's asleep. And all these results come up. And the first one that came up was xenu.net, which at the time I thought was xenu, because this was like my big fat Greek wedding had just come out. Anyway. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Because even as a fake Space Navy member, I didn't make it to the, volcano level. Okay. And I start reading all this stuff. Xenu.net and Operation Clambake. They were the two websites that I looked through first. And these things, guys, even though I had made the decision, fuck Scientology, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm reading this truth about L. Ron Hubbard, about how he faked all this shit about his military record was fake. All of this stuff was just lies. I was enraged. I was like, who are these fucking assholes who are saying these lies? Like, that was my first reaction, was just rage. Just like, these people are liars, And I had to read more and more. And after our son was born, I still didn't tell, my ex-husband my feelings. He was real little. It was like after his mom came to visit, my mother-in-law. And I said, I've been thinking that I don't think I want our kids doing any Scientology. And he was like, why? I was like, I just feel like we were like forced into it, and I want to give them a real choice. And if they feel like when they're an adult that they want to do it, they can. And he was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. And then like weeks later, months later, I was like, I know we had talked about, like, for some reason, the purification rundown had come up about something. And Cameron was like, maybe I should do that again. It was like a year earlier we had this conversation or something. And I said, I don't think I'm going to do any more Scientology. And he was like, what's going on? I said, and I gave him my reasoning, and that like some facts that I had learned on the interwebs. And I was ready for him to be like, we're getting divorced. Like, I was prepared for him to leave me and our infant child because I was rejecting Scientology. And he said, that's really fascinating. I've read that too. And I was like, you did? And he's like, yeah, but I didn't know if I could talk to you about it because we're living with my mother, who's like fully dedicated, going every day. He's like, I wasn't sure what your reaction would be. So here we are, married. We have a brand new child, and we haven't even talked to each other about this decision that we've both independently made, essentially, to not do Scientology anymore because we were so afraid of what the other person's reaction would be. So when you're under the radar and you're just sort of like secretly looking at all this stuff, you don't talk to anybody. It took me then another 4 or 5 years to talk to my own sister about this. And her immediate reaction to me saying, I'm not a Scientologist anymore, right? Was, oh my God, thank God. I was so worried you were still one. You still talk like one. I was like, that's because I live with mom and I got to talk to her. It's like, what? And that was when my sister and I started planning together, how the fuck are we getting mom out of Scientology? Okay. But even my own sister, who I saw at work every day, we worked at the same place, did not know that I was out of Scientology. Because you can't trust anybody. Okay. So that's part of the phases. You find out through very can I trust this person? And then you go on the forums, you read the things. Maybe you make a profile. Maybe you start chatting. Okay. And there were no foundations and stuff at this time, guys. We had ex-Scientology.net. We had Xenu.net. We had the Operation Clambake. And all of these had forums where you could chat, right? And then, of course, Tony Ortega's blog came along and he was talking about things. And his chat became an area where a lot of ex-Scientologists began sort of talking to each other and befriending each other and things like that. There were no foundations. There were no singular place to reach out to say, hi, I'm thinking maybe I want to leave Scientology. I need help, which is essentially what Reese did. Now, regardless of the fact that she had independently decided to be I don't think this is for me, and knew so much so that she was recording these interactions that she was having in case something went sideways, still doesn't make her not under the radar. The only time when you're not under the radar is when everybody, and I do mean everybody, knows you're no longer a Scientologist and you don't like it. Because all of this other time you can spend talking to Scientologists, hanging out with them, going to their fucking baby showers, being a bridesmaid and shit, just like I did for years. Because I wasn't publicly speaking out. Okay? The minute it became revealed that I was publicly saying Scientology is a crock of shit, hundreds of people instantaneously unfollowed me and blocked me on Facebook, and a few hundred decided to send me a fucking nastygram about what a piece of fucking shit I was, just to drive the daggers in deeper. And yes, like Reese, like my mother, I did not think that would happen. Because I really thought that me was separate from Scientology. And all of the friendship and love and goodness that I had given to those people, that I had shown up for when they called in the middle of the night and needed a ride because they were drunk at a fucking bar, or they didn't have money for groceries and I went and bought them 2 bags of groceries, or all of the things that I did, the rides, the money, the whatever that I do for my friends, because that's the type of person that I am, that would supersede Scientology. We have a relationship. I'm not practicing Scientology on you. You're not practicing Scientology on me. That's not our relationship. Our relationship is one of true friendship. So why would me revealing the truth about Scientology and trying to educate you be a deal breaker? And that was, I bawled for days, guys. I bawled. I was in a deep depression. Why did I do this? This is ruining my life. I lost the only friends that I had. Lifelong friends. Like, I mean, literally people I'd known since my kindergarten days at a Scientology school were like, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So to say that somebody like Reese, because she had gotten sassy enough with a few select people to say, yeah, I don't like it, doesn't, it suits Aaron's narrative. It suits Aaron's narrative to say that, undoubtedly, but it is not. It's not the definition. And every single person, no matter what you tell them is going to happen, okay? No matter what you tell a person is going to happen, if they talk to you, if they hang out with you, if they have a disagreement, if they say David Miscavige is short, any of those things, every single one of them will say, that's not going to happen. That's a one-off. It happened to you because Scientology makes you believe that every bad thing that happens to a person is their fault. So because they believe they don't have crimes against Scientology, right? That they have been a true believer, okay? They literally have done nothing to wrong Scientology, that will not happen to them. It's impossible. It's impossible. Obviously, that happened to you, Nora, because you're a fucking criminal and you did, you went to the RPF. I mean, we know you're a criminal. Nobody goes to the, Scientology labor concentration camp unless they're a criminal. Okay. So, yeah. Every Scientologist believes that they are the perfect Scientologist, that they have done no wrong, that they are the true believer. So, of course, if they say a fact about David Miscavige, right? Let's pick a fact. Like, let's say video came out of David Miscavige throwing Mike Rinder across a room or punching him in the face is one thing, because he couldn't throw Mike Rinder. He's so much smaller than Mike Rinder. But let's say a video of David Miscavige punching Mike Rinder in the face came out. And a Scientologist saw that and was like, oh my God, David Miscavige punched Mike Rinder in the face. Just him saying that. Like, I saw the video. That's it. Instantly suppressive. You're not supposed to believe your eyes. You're not supposed to believe your ears. You're not supposed to believe anything except for the reality they've crafted. This is the same thing that Aaron does, right? So now on top of this, he's trying to manufacture what he is calling mod. God, he spent a lot of time bitching at Reese. Also, he was so sick during this video. So let's, and he tries to he degrades Reese's viewers and followers. He does a lot of stuff in this video. This 2 hours that he spends really, and then he goes into me. In the first hour, it's just Reese. Then he switches to me and Reese, and it's just like back and forth. And then, of course, this whole, I'm going to try and find it in here, guys, because I was trying to rewatch this. Yeah. And I didn't quite get to it. So forgive me for that.
They know what that relationship was horrifically offended at the idea that I would say she's being manipulated by Osa. I don't care.
Oh, this is about me. So we'll go here.
If you don't have some haters, you need to get yourself some.
This is where he tries to change stuff. Now, I do want to point out that Aaron Smith-Levin has, oh God, he's already taken this one down. Okay, let's go to another one. He's already taken it down. Oh no. Okay, here we go. So his mods, okay, we have Northern Girl. Okay. She is one of the most notorious people that goes chat to chat to try and literally control the narrative and attack people. We've got Arkansas Flamingo. They use another name. We, of course, have George Massey. I guess, where's George in here? He's not in here. Let's just switch to a different time slot here. Oh, look at all these mods. We've got Marilyn, of course, the #1 simp. Constance June, that's a new one. We have Julia O'Connell, who's not one of his mods anymore, right here, but she's a big time member. Tori's mod is in on it, right? That starts all this stuff. Aaron is really sick in this guy, so he decided, and I'm not joking right now, his solution for being sick was to chew gum, and in his own words, so that the snot continues to drain into his body so he doesn't have to blow his nose. Sir, that's not how that works. Like, you can't. Yeah. I'm trying to find some of the other mods here. Jen Kess is another one. She came in here a bunch defending Aaron. She's a local there. Of course, George Massey is one of his mods who came in here and tried a bunch of shit. And basically said he doesn't agree with abuse. He's Jenna's friend and he believes her, but he wasn't in the room where it happened. So, oops, I don't know if that happened. The abuse, right? Okay, so let's get over here. So here we go.
Even though Reese doesn't do Scientology videos, Reese is always fighting with people. Reese is almost always attacking people. It's amazing how much.
That is a false lie from Aaron Smith-Levin right there. That is absolutely a false lie. Marilyn, his mod, has been relentlessly attacking Reese for months because she thinks it's her job to regulate Reese's consensual relationship with someone that she doesn't like and has evidence against him that says he's a bad person because of a criminal record. Okay. I have no comment on Reese's personal life. First of all, I don't know Reese well enough to have any comment on it. Let's just make that abundantly clear. Why don't I comment? You say, oh, we were commenting on Aaron's private life, but here's the difference. Reese is not the head of a foundation that's supposedly helping people. Reese is also divorced. She's free to fuck whoever she wants. Okay. Aaron is married for 30 years. And he lies to every single one of his mistresses and says he's in an open relationship. He is not. And he has gotten 2 of those mistresses pregnant. That he's, doesn't want kids. So you know what that means. Okay, because he won't wear a condom. And still, up until recently, was sleeping in the same bed as his wife. Okay. So, and Reese's content on her channel is not about her relationship. Okay. The fact that Marilyn has been dispatched by, Dome McGee over here to do his dirty work in the same way George Massey is, in the same way that Julia O'Connell is, in the same way that Susie Oberholtz is, in the same way that Northern Girl is, in the same way that every single person who comes in here and comes on my comments section in the aftertime. And if you're in the comments section in the after, hello to the repay guru. Every single one of those people, I have stopped trying to debate people. I just leave one singular comment, and you've probably seen it in all caps, that just says Aaron Smith-Levin is a self-confessed abuser of multiple women, and you support him. And that's all I have to say to those people, because that's the fact. And if you continue to support this man who is a self-confessed abuser of multiple women, then that's a you problem. I don't know what else to tell you. Stop justifying this man's abuse of women. Stop saying, well, he doesn't do other good stuff. Stop convincing yourself of his importance. He is not important. He's dangerous, which is why I talk about him. This is a PSA. Okay. He's dangerous. And he needs to be held accountable, and he needs to be stopped. Okay. So now he's going after Tori, Mark, and the mods. Let's get into it here.
How many haters Reese has when she doesn't even do content about Scientology. Reese has 10 times the haters that I have, and I have a lot of haters.
This is very true. I do think Reese has me beat on the haters department, but we're pretty much tied, I think, in the world of Reddit and everything else. They really hate us, like, a lot.
I feel like the number of haters you have should at least be comparable to the size of your platform. Everyone should have some haters.
Yeah. Does that mean that Aaron's platform is really tiny? Uh-oh.
What you talking about, Will?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, he allegedly has 255,000 subscribers, allegedly. Yet in the video that we were watching on his channel only has 28,000 views. That math doesn't math. It just doesn't math. Right now I have 665 people in here watching. Thank you very much. Please like the stream. Please subscribe. That doesn't, that's engagement. That's people watching. And also hi to Aaron because I know he's watching. All right, let's get back to this.
In the words of Cat Williams, if you don't have some haters, you need to get yourself some. If you don't like your haters, send them my way. I'm looking for more. Here's the thing. Reese calls her haters OSA. I don't call my haters OSA.
That is not true. He has said that I'm 100% OSA. And I confirmed with Andrew Shape, who is OSA, that we are absolutely not working together. And also, if we are, please, where's my paycheck?
Let's take Nora. Nora's my biggest hater. She's my hater in chief. Number one hater.
And here's where he's incorrect again. I don't hate him. That would involve hate. Involves having some form of love or affection for someone. I have neither of those things for Aaron. So it would be impossible for me to hate him. I think that he is dangerous to himself and those around him, specifically women. And he is dangerous to current Scientologists, no doubt. And he's dangerous to former Scientologists because as we've seen in this particular stream, he will keep every single communication, even ones in confidence that should be confidential because they're sent to a foundation, and use that later to weaponize it against you. That is someone who's dangerous.
Nora isn't OSA.
What? He's changing his story.
Nora is manipulated by OSA.
Now, here's where his wackadoo theory, please pay attention, chat and mods. Please pay attention.
To be incentivized to keep attacking me all day long. First
of all, I do not get enough in super chats, in ad revenue, in membership revenue to do this. Okay. Everyone knows my price. If Scientology is going to pay me to shut the fuck up, it is 500 million cash, non-sequential bills. Thank you very much. Okay. I've made my price known. I promise you, I am not getting nothing to do this. This is a labor of necessity and one of justice. Oh, God, that's a terrible screenshot. I love it. I must have it. It's awful. I'm saving that for later.
That doesn't make Nora OSA.
Oh, good.
And I'm sure Nora's horrifically offended at the idea that I would say she's being manipulated by OSA.
I'm not horrifically offended. Again, that would involve me having some form of affection for you, which I am devoid of. I'm void of. I'm deficient in. I don't know how to say. I don't have it.
I don't care. She is. The anonymous.
See? Do you see? I don't care. She is. He doesn't care if he offends me. He doesn't care about me at all.
People in the chat and the moderator mafia that
The moderator mafia, the anonymous people in the chat, the moderator mafia,
go from chat to chat.
Like his moderators that I just listed out that you guys see. Beachcomber, thank you for gifting memberships. Holy shit. DNV got one. Papusatology, Ashley got one. What's up? Cam in Washington got one. Mary Beth Kelly got one. And C8 got one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the gifting those memberships. But like he's describing his own moderators and chat. But let's carry on.
What do you think about what this person said? Did you see what this person said? The people who anonymously.
And remember how I told you before he deleted the video that he literally watched Alex's video 3 times. That was a good chat happening in there. He's reading chat incessantly. So everyone say hi to Aaron because he's in here somewhere. He's either posted under one of his 45 alts or he's in here just watching it. I wonder if it's like edging for him to like watch the chat to see what they say about him, you know? Does it give it to him, you know? Yeah, save Heather. Hashtag save Heather.
Send Nora clips of something. Nora, are you going to respond to this? This is horrific.
And I will say this. People send me stuff every day. Some people that I've heard of, some people I haven't heard of. And they send me things, and sometimes I respond, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I bring it up, sometimes I don't. But what he thinks is happening is that I'm just being fed things to comment on. First of all, Aaron, let me come so close. Let me switch up the things here. Okay, I want you to come so close, Aaron. Come, get so close. We're gonna get up here. I'm gonna look directly into the camera here. It's very creepy when I do that. I know everyone, but I'm talking directly to Aaron Smith-Levin. Aaron. The only person who is supplying me with information about you to talk about you about is you. It is your actions and words that are supplying the content that I am breaking down and analyzing and bringing truth and light to. So if you want that to stop doing criminal things to other people. Stop abusing women. Stop abusing current Scientologists. Stop judging ex-Scientologists via your foundation on who's worthy of your help. All of it. Just stop all of it. Okay? Start maybe trying to be a good person. Okay? Listen to some podcasts that aren't run by a bro douche. Okay? And start trying to think about how you, Aaron Smith-Levin, can take responsibility for your words and actions. Okay. Back to not staring like a crazy person into the camera. My God. Yeah. No one sends me stuff and then I do, it's not, yeah.
You know, the people that are like, Nora, you're doing great. Stand in your power, girl. Keep going.
Oh, you mean like women on the internet who contact me to say, hey, Nora, I was in an abusive marriage for 20 years, and because of your education about narcissism and Darvo, I've filed for divorce and I'm free of that abusive relationship. Like the hundreds of messages I've received like that, which is honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, those people who have contacted me anonymously to say thank you for the education and demonstration of what a narcissist looks like in real life has saved me from abuse and pain and has validated what I went through and made me realize I'm not crazy. I'm not a bad person. Yeah, I will fucking keep doing this for all of those people every single day. Every day. Every day for the rest of my life, Aaron Smith-Levin, I will stand up for women to be in full control of their own lives, their own bodies, their own destiny until the day I die. And if that is upsetting to you as the father of 3 women, then you should just go fucking check yourself into the middle of fucking nowhere and stay there forever and just leave everybody the fuck alone.
Are some of those people real? Of course. But
Yeah.
if those real people, sorry guys, I don't want to burp into the mic. If those real people weren't there, Osa would be.
No, Aaron. No.
They want us off target. And I know for anyone like, Aaron, you're off target right now. You're doing a video about Reese. Guys, the next 30 videos I'm going to do are about Scientology, okay?
No, they're not.
I don't know why Reese is doing what she's doing. I don't know why
Balake.
Oh,
Where is
no.
Balake at?
confirmed it. Do not forget that. So that you would think she was in danger. That's what she did with Tommy. She would sit down and chat. And then after the video, he would come and sit down and Jeff, the guy, a false premise as well. And then Reese
Where
just went
was
and
I?
got back with Tommy because it was all a charade. It was all an act in the first.
God damn it. Hang on. I'm trying to find it, guys. 1 second. 135. Okay. I found it. I had to go to my live to look at it to figure out where I was.
She is. The anonymous people in the chat and the
Right.
moderator mafia that go from chat to chat. What do you think about what this person said? Did you see what this person said? The people who anonymously send Nora clips of something. Nora, are you going to respond to this? This is horrific. You know, the people that are like, Nora, you're doing great. Stand in your power, girl. Keep going.
Notice how he hates when anyone supports a woman. I mean, it's just really so telling.
Are some of those people real? Of course. But if those real people, sorry guys, I don't want to burp into the mic. If those real people weren't there, Osa would be.
Osa's not that dedicated to me.
They want us off target.
I've been took. Yeah, sure.
And I know for anyone like, Aaron, you're off target right now. You're doing a video about Reese. Guys, the next 30 videos I'm going to do are about Scientology, okay? I don't know why Reese is doing what she's doing. I don't know why Reese's moderators work with Nora's moderators and Tori's moderators to try to suck Mark Bunker and Tori into the web of hate that Nora creates.
Guys, did you know I create a web of hate and I'm trying to suck Tori and Mark Bunker into it? Now, just as a note, after this video came out, I reached out to Tori because he says some things that Tori thinks about me that I know aren't true. And I basically told her, like, listen, Aaron's trying. I'll tell you what I said to her. I'm not going to tell you what she said to me, but I'll tell you what I said to her. I have to go back because this was a few days ago. Okay. I said, hey, Tori, this is Nora. I just wanted to reach out to say that Aaron is trying desperately to create chaos and hurt everyone as much as possible. I think that he's dragging you into it because you did a video with Reese. That was a great video. I know you are great at handling trolls, but I wanted you to know in advance. Apparently, according to Aaron, you hate me. I'm not concerned about Aaron's lies. He's getting more and more erratic and dangerous. And then she basically said that she didn't hate me and that, you know, that wasn't true. And I said, I know that, Tori. I know that you don't like us talking about each other. I'm not upset about that. Aaron is dangerous. He's doing the Scientology OSA playbook right now, sowing chaos and dissension and demanding complete loyalty to him. I know you are one of the wisest and best protesters out there. And so I'm grateful for what you continue to do all these decades later. I have nothing but love and respect for you, which is very true. I'm worried that he's going to tarnish Mark's run for city council. I really want him to win. Okay. And I reached out to Mark Bunker too. And I was like, hey, if you have a campaign website, I'd really like to direct my audience to it because I want to donate to him. I want him to win. And anything I can do to help that, I will do. But Mark didn't get back to me. I don't, and that's okay. Because Aaron's in Clearwater and I'm not. It didn't have time in the 36-hour turnaround that my trip was planned in to, to reach out to Mark Bunker in person. I wish that I had time to do that, because that would have been great. And again, Mark is another person that I have tremendous respect for. He has done the hard work for decades to expose Scientology. And I think he would be a great asset back on the Clearwater City Council, where he belongs. Also, he's a resident of Clearwater, and he actually gives a shit. And thank you for the super chat, Smooth Steve. Yes, I agree. So we're going to get into that part here, because this part is really important.
But that's what's happening, and that's what I'm going to explain after I show you the fucking receipts I promised you. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for some goddamn receipts? Okay. Let me show you Mike Rinder.
Okay, we're going to skip over the Mike Rinder part because we already did that. Again, here's the internal voicemail. This is an internal voicemail that was sent on July 5th to the Aftermath Foundation at Gmail. Okay? That Aaron somehow has on his personal computer still. Okay? And here's my phone number. If somebody could return my call, she just wanted some guidance.
Ms. Quibell.
Okay. Then here's the breakdown that he did, which again, why are we showing all of that? I don't know. Then this is like showing more personal stuff of hers. Let's get back to Aaron.
Despite the ongoing litigation against Scientology, despite the evidence of the cover-up of child sex abuse that exists in those documents, he did not ever do a declaration.
So now we're gonna now you're gonna come hard for Mike? Are you joking? The whole reason why Aaron did a video that completely crushed me as a human being is because I was saying the truth about Mike Rinder. Oh, thank you, Elron Hoyembe. Tori is the sweetest, kindest person in this movement. Agreed. It's a tragedy to drag her into personal spat. She doesn't deserve it. And Mark has always been a gentleman and dignified. Another low blow. Agreed, agreed, agreed. Agreed. And thank you for the super chat for that. Appreciate it. So now Aaron's going to come hard for Mike Rinder for not telling the truth while he was alive. Like, that's the whole reason why you were like, "Guy, Nora, I just want to have fun. I just want everybody to have fun. And let's not say bad things about each other. And I'm not going to support anybody who says bad things about former Scientologists and la, 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 la." But now it's okay for you to say the truth about Mike Rinder because it suits your narrative and your audience is demanding it. Right? Convenient for you, Aaron. I've been doing that for 2 years and been taking all the shit for it. And I don't regret that. I have no regrets on telling the truth about a career criminal for the Church of Scientology who hid multiple crimes, covered them up, human trafficked around the abusers out of the jurisdiction from where they committed the crime, punished the victims, kicked the victims out of Scientology, silenced the victims through cruelty and punishment. I have no problem saying, I've been saying that. There's nothing for Mike to rebut, though. He's not here to keep lying to everybody. Let's be honest. Let's stop telling this fairy tale. Yes, he's not here to say things back to Aaron, but all that he would be saying about these things is more lies. Why didn't Mike ever respond to every single one of my videos that I made about him? Because I didn't lie about him. No lies were told. He wasn't taking the high road. He wasn't trying to let me hang myself out here to dry. He didn't respond because he couldn't, guys. Because if he responded to one, he'd have to respond to all of them. That's why he never put himself in the room where it happened during Scientology and the Aftermath. Go rewatch the series. And watch how he talks about David Miscavige, Scientology, and the Office of Special Affairs, and how he's never involved in any of it. It's just magical. He was the head of it for 20 plus years. Somehow, not involved. I wasn't there for that one. I don't know about that. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, it's crazy. Come on.
Attesting to and swearing to the origin and the authenticity of those documents.
Look at him. Oh, that's a good one too. Look at him judging Mike Rinder. Also, Aaron, you're a criminal. Who the fuck are you to judge anybody for anything? Are you joking?
I guess he just forgot also all the information he was given about Reese Quibell's child sex abuse. Totally forgot.
First of all, that's not your story to tell, Aaron. You don't own that story either. You don't own the Jane Doe stories. You don't own Miriam Francis's story. You don't own Reese's story. You don't get to talk about it. My mom or Tori have only done good things in Scientology. I don't understand this question. I'm not trying to be stupid. I really don't understand this question. I don't think either of them did good things in Scientology. My mom worked for the Guardian's office. She did a bunch of fucking bullshit. Now, later, when she was being very altruistic and she really thought she was helping people get off drugs, I think that was done from a place of like absolutely good in my mom's heart to like she had been a drug addict and so she wanted other people to not be drug addicts. So I think her efforts to help people get off drugs were good, but she used an abusive technology to do it. And she realizes that now. And that's one of the biggest regrets that she has in her life, that she ever used Scientology to try and get people, off of drugs, because she knows how harmful the PRF is now. She knows how harmful these procedures and things are, but she didn't know that then. Right. So that's the other thing that, we have to like understand, right? Is that people in a cult, especially the cult of Scientology, I can't speak to all other cults because I don't know their purposes and their beliefs. Okay. But in the cult of Scientology, people who are working specifically in the various groups and organizations truly believe that they are helping, that every single thing they do is help, that it's making the other person better. So for that, I think, they believe it works. They believe it's helpful. They believe they're helping the other person. Now, there are a few people, and even Scientologists call this black Scientology, okay, who use Scientology to hurt people, right, on purpose. And those people are, they're evil in Scientologists' eyes. But the truth of the matter is everybody who practices Scientology is hurting people, but they don't know that. Yeah. So no, I know my mom did a bunch of bullshit. She knows she did a bunch of bullshit, which she won't even tell me about because she still believes that if I knew about it, I would be in danger somehow. Like there are things that she did in the Guardian's office that she has never discussed with me. That if I ask her a specific question about certain people, she's like, nope, we will not talk about that. That's what she says to me. So if somebody brings up something, she won't talk about it. We've talked about Operation Snow White because it's everywhere. And she's like, I don't want to talk about it. That's what she says to me. Because she still thinks that I could be physically harmed. Like people will come and hurt me for knowing about that, even though it's everywhere on the internet. Right? So there you go. And I can't speak to Tori's whole story of everything she did in Scientology. She has told that many times. I don't have that memorized. Sorry.
Apparently, the way Mike Rinder remembers it is I just kept Reese a secret. I kept her to myself so I could squeeze her for information and use her and abuse her and then dox her and then throw her away.
Good job. Aaron finally admitted exactly what he does to people. Almost.
How does Mike Rinder think that that's what happened? More importantly, more relevant to where we are today, how does Reese Quibell expect you guys?
Jacob, I think what the Potato Head Foundation was trying to point out is that if I'm able to forgive myself, my mother, and Tori, but I don't extend the same grace to the Aftermath Foundation board members. So here's the difference. Here's the difference. First of all, that's my mom. I don't think that needs any further explanation. That's my mother. Secondly, Tori has now worked for 3 decades, essentially, to spread the word about Scientology and get people out. 30 years, nonstop, same message. And she has helped well over hundreds of people to get out, stay out, and heal from Scientology on her own dime, on her own time. No one is paying her. Okay. Third thing, Tori and my mother and me, she brought up those 3 people, were never in positions of power to have decision-making, factors over all of Scientology and affect the housing, nourishment, abuse of individual people. I never sent someone to the fucking concentration camp. I never covered up someone else's abuse. Neither, to my knowledge, neither did my mother or Tori. Mike Rinder did that every day before breakfast. That was his whole fucking job. That was a lot of Claire's job. Matt Pesha said it was part of his job to human traffic abusers around and victims. Okay? Amy Scobie, same thing. So when you are responsible for actionable criminal acts that you still are not taking responsibility for, then yeah, I got issue with that, Jacob, and the Potato Head Foundation. No, I don't forgive Mike Rinder just because he did a TV show and wrote a book that told none of his crimes. Okay? I don't forgive him. Because the few people, and I do mean few, the few people that he helped does not make up for the thousands of people he hurt. Period. And the thousands of people he could have saved by coming clean. Mike Rinder single-handedly could have taken down Scientology all the way to the fucking studs. So, same with Marty Rathman. Same with fucking, fuck. I can see her face and I can't think of her name. Debbie Cook. I don't forgive any of them. Okay? So no, I don't support abusers. And I don't support people who pretend their abuse is gone because they became a Christian and prayed to Jesus and have been absolved of their sins by being baptized. No, sir. Nope. Yeah, Claire being scary is hard to wrap your mind around, but she was. She's not the Claire Bear that you know now. Okay? And that's not a commentary about her as a mother or as a wife or anything else. Okay? I am sure she does a fantastic job at all of those things. Inherently, I think she's a good person. But, and it's a big but, there's crimes there. That all of them need to, I don't want to hear you went to the FBI and you gave them a thumb drive. Fuck that shit. Where's the action? You got to go back. There's no action. Scientology's still here. If you went to the FBI in the 2000s and they're still here, what would it take for me to forgive the living, for them to replace themselves on the board with professional board members who have nothing to do with Scientology, and for them to move on to other things and live their life and stay on as an advisor to talk to, Scientologists in the correct language and translate Scientologies. Jacob, it's not about whether or not I forgive them though. Okay. Because my forgiveness means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Right. Whether or not I forgive them doesn't impede their life in any way, shape, or form. Okay? And it's not about forgiveness. It's about accountability. They need to be accountable for their crimes, period. It's that simple. It's not about me forgiving them. That doesn't even matter because it's not something that I think about every minute of my day, right? It's not something that impedes my life. But they are not a safe place, just like Aaron's not a safe place for people. Aaron is, now, if we're going on a scale of things, Aaron Smith-Levin is the singularly most dangerous ex-Scientologist on planet Earth, 100%. Okay. Is Claire dangerous? No, I don't think so. But I also don't think that she should be in a position of power to judge any former Scientologist for anything. In the same way, I don't think Matt Pesh should. He shouldn't be anywhere near victims. Okay? Somebody who was trafficking them around and covering up crimes. Fuck that guy. No fucking way. Same thing with, Amy Scobie, his wife. She hurt a lot of people who she hasn't, told the whole story about. It's just like they were abusers inside of Scientology. You don't get to whitewash that, except for Mark. He was a nobody. He was just the fucking sound guy. And he's good at that shit. And he made a whole fucking, career out of it. And good for him. I want him to have success. I want Claire to have success in her job. And I want people to get out of Scientology and be able to trust the people that they're reaching out to, that they're not remembering all those secret files on them that they had. Just like how Aaron keeps these receipts, okay? Scientologists remember everything. They will remember that meeting in 1997 where you fucking were wilding and embarrassed them and be like, I don't know if I should help that guy. Okay? So that's my take on that. Okay? I think that I'm also, why does everybody care so fucking much what I think about the Aftermath Foundation? I have said my piece multiple times. That's where I stand on that. I'm not changing my viewpoint on it. Those specific people that I listed out are known co-conspirators in crimes. Okay. They have not fixed that. And by fix that, I mean fix it with the victims. Okay. And thank you for this adorable little lemon character. That's thank you. Thank you, Mary. And abusers, former abusers, even reformed abusers should be nowhere near victims. Okay? Period. Would I ever get back in contact with Leah? I would love to be back in contact with Leah. I love Leah. And now there's somebody I actually have love and affection for and respect. She and I have very different feelings about Mike Rinder. And she has made it abundantly clear to me that we are not friends because of my unwillingness to look past Mike Rinder's crimes and just highlight, do like a Super Bowl highlight show of some bullshit that he did after he left. And that's okay because I respect her. I will always support anything that she does. I support her in her legal endeavors. I support her in her college career. I have no animosity towards her whatsoever. None. We have very different opinions about a very specific individual. And that, that's how that goes. But I'm not, And I think that, and I also want to be clear, I think that Matt Pesh, Amy, Claire, right now in today's world, since they've, as of right this minute, we'll just go from here. I'm not going to pick a specific date because that seems weird. They are doing good things and they are trying their best, okay, to continue to do good things. As a former Scientologist, I find it incredibly triggering to my CPTSD to have that as a choice for help. I don't think that it's healthy for people who have left a cult to have people who used to be in a position of abusive power to be the people to decide whether or not you get help. I don't think that's okay. And that's why they shouldn't be board members. I think they should absolutely be advisory members. They should be there to consult and help out, and turn over the foundation to people who can do it professionally and have years of experience running a foundation. I think the foundation is legitimate. And in my dream foundation that I described on my members only chat, I would not be a president, vice president. I would not be a board member, period. Why? A, I don't have that experience. I have no knowledge of how to do that. B, I don't think that's my wheelhouse. Will I go fundraise for it? Will I go schmooze people and talk to them and tell my story and bring in the money? Absolutely. Because I'm good at that. But I'm not going to be in a position to say this person gets help, this person doesn't get help. No way, Jose. No. Absolutely not. Because I shouldn't be in that position as a former cult member. Okay. So there we go. That's my rant about that.
Guys, to believe that that's what happened. When you guys have been there for all of it, you guys have seen it all with your own eyes.
Whenever he starts talking like this is when he's really, really, really trying to this is his cult leader voice. You guys got to really pay attention.
Okay. By the way, I like how Mike Rinder says Aaron became the intake person for the Aftermath Foundation, as if it's something I maneuvered into existence. From day one, I was the one who did 90% of all the work for the Aftermath Foundation, did 90% of all the promotion, raised 90% of all the money. The other board members didn't want to do the work. That's not
right here, guys. He's going to craft a story of how he's just such a hard worker. Remember how Jenna said over and over again, nobody has any idea how much time Aaron spends working. He's just worked so hard, right? You remember that, guys? Remember that? When she was just so just leave Aaron alone. She went full. Remember that guy who was like, leave Brittany alone. Like that was Jenna in that video, right? He's fully admitting right now that not only was he the only person working for the Aftermath Foundation in the beginning, he was doing 90% of the work, guys, which means he was the one getting all the emails, getting all of the phone calls, getting all of the voicemails. And he was the first decider on who was worthy and who was not. I present the evidence.
an insult. We didn't want them to do the work. We didn't want, what do they say? Too many chefs in the kitchen? They were happy. We would regularly, me and Luis would talk every single day. Every time we'd have a board meeting phone.
Isn't it weird though, guys, that he started this first foundation with Luis Garcia? Luis left before Aaron was kicked off. Just left the foundation. And then Aaron was kicked out. And yet when Aaron started his next foundation, where's Luis? Where's Luis? Why did he do the second foundation?
Call. We'd update all the other board members about everything that was going on.
So we just update the other board members about everything that was going on. Mm-hmm. Again, being a filter, being the first filter, deciding what information went to the board members or not.
We're happy as a pig in shit. The only time we sent all information to all board members was when someone was requesting money and they needed assistance.
What?
That was our procedures. It wasn't a trick. wasn't a scam. It wasn't maneuvering. And I love how it's like he used them for information.
Yes.
What are you supposed to do with information?
Guys, what did he just say? What are you supposed to do with information? You profit off of it. You profit off of it. So when people called or wrote to the Aftermath Foundation while Aaron was the vice president and founder, and of course the SPTV Foundation in its now times, let's be real, he's doing the same thing. And they have some information. They're a current staff member. They just left recently, whatever. And Aaron asks them about that. And they think that they're talking to, like, you know, people who are going to keep their secrets and keep them safe and help them out. What are you supposed to do with information, guys? What does Aaron think?
What does that mean? What does that mean? Using them for information. If I talk to someone that's in Scientology and they give me tons of up-to-date information, what am I supposed to, what?
Yeah. What? Do you know how many people have contacted me via email and WhatsApp and other things and told me up-to-date information about Scientology because they're still like caught up in it? I'd say probably between when I started doing this and now, I'd say probably well over 100 people. How many times have you seen me do a video where I'm like, I have a confidential source inside an org that has just told me XYZ? Exactly 0.00 times. Why? Because the person who's an actual human being who's telling me this information has contacted me in confidence and expects trust and not to be in danger because they told me information. And I know, as Aaron explains earlier in this video and in the one before, that if it is found out you are talking to someone like me, that's it for you. You're fucked. You are literally fucked at the drive-thru. And he knows that. He absolutely knows that. How many of those people that have reached out to him besides Reese have been found out about before they got help? Before they were able to get their ducks in a row? That's my real question. I don't know.
Is that wrong? By the way, I think one of the clips that I shared with you from Reese, Aaron used me for views. He used me for clicks and views. That's not entirely inaccurate. When it comes to content creation or even the media, there is always some aspect of the fact that the person who owns the content or is doing the interview or selling the magazine is the one financially benefiting from that.
And that would be you via your channel. Does he not realize he's describing himself here? Oh, cool, Jane. Look at this. Look at this. Hi, Aaron. There's too much hate in this chat. They can't spell my name right. Aaron, it's Nora. You know how to spell my name. You hate too many people. I don't hate anybody. If you're in therapy, you need to address this. This is, again, of course, this is Aaron. Or an Aaron simp, because Aaron has spent the last year attacking my mental health nonstop. The man who doesn't go to therapy, the man who won't pay $75 a session for therapy, the man who absolutely has addressed nothing that's ever happened to him ever and has no responsibility for any action or word that he says. All right, cool, Jane. Aaron Smith-Levin is a self-confessed abuser of multiple women, and you, cool Jane, support him. There you go. Oh, there's going to be more flying monkeys in here. It's way too much truth.
And I
You can't take this video down because it's on Rumble.
was very uncomfortable from day one with that power imbalance, which is one of the reasons
Yeah, I know, Mrs. J. He said he was going to do content every week, fundraisers every week on the SPTV Foundation and on his channel. Where's all the fucking fundraisers, Aaron? Where are they?
every time I would bring any former Scientologist onto my channel, I would encourage them to start their own channel.
Right, that you would then give them a moderator, make sure that they were on your StreamYard account, make sure that you had somehow access to their channel and controlled their content via, screaming phone calls and angry text messages. Yeah, you absolutely did that, Aaron. Absolutely. You created your own little mini cult. At one point, you had 250 channels that you were trying to control at once. And then Scott happened. And then you and Scott single-handedly destroyed a network of 200, I think it was 225. I got a little too high there with 250. 225. No, this is not my Rumble. This is somebody else's Rumble. 225 channels. Now whittled down to like 10. You did that, Aaron. You fucking destroyed it. You destroyed an actual organic movement of people talking about the crimes of Scientology on a daily basis across the world. Congrats, Aaron. You single-handedly have done more work to destroy the anti-Scientology movement than OSA could have ever dreamed about happening. Congrats. We should give him a clap. Give him a clap, man. That's crafty, bro. To build it up, profit from it, and then smash it down. It's just like you built a little sandcastle and then you stomped on it. That's what you did, Aaron. You stomped on your sandcastle.
So that I could help promote them and build them. So that it was mutually beneficial. I didn't want to feel like I was the one exclusively benefiting from having other people tell their stories on my channel. And
does anyone believe this for a second? I'm sorry for guffawing there. Does anyone believe this fucking story for a second?
Anyone who's been around for the last 3 years will see there isn't anyone in this community who's tried to help other people grow their channels, promote other people, build other people up more than I. That was intense.
More than I. That is the biggest load of shit I have ever heard. First of all, Tilty Bird and now I'm forgetting their @ handle. Somebody help me. The person who made first they made sptv.space, then they made fsciento.space, just to highlight so people could go to a place to see who was live and who's protesting where. No, nobody has done anything to promote it or help with it or do it except for you. Are you fucking Fluffer Squirrel? Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of their name. Thank you.
Intentional. That was on purpose. That was because it makes me feel good to help other people if I know I'm already being helped. My channel is benefiting in terms of viewership, subscribers, dollars.
You see that, guys? It makes me feel good if I'm already benefiting. It makes me feel good if I'm already benefiting. Guys, he's saying it all out loud. He's saying it all out loud.
From people telling their story on my channel. Guys, not only that, I then pivoted from just helping other people promote their channels to doing simultaneous live streams. I didn't have to do that. I could just say, no, come on my channel and I'll promote your channel. But instead, people would come on my channel and we would stream to both channels at the same time.
How benevolent I am.
So anyway, it's just an interesting example of someone taking something that's actually just intrinsically true and unavoidable,
Jesus.
and trying to turn it into something negative or predatory or manipulative. And it's like, why are you doing that, Reese? Reese,
Why are you doing that, Reese? Why are you telling the truth about me? How dare you? How dare you have a story that's about your life that you want to tell in your own way to whomever you choose to tell it to, and then you don't, scratch my back and give me the things.
what changed between now and the time that you sent me a text lamenting that you had taken advantage of me and lied to me and lied about me and hurt me? What
It's called
changed,
She's Not
Reese?
in Your Cult Anymore.
What the fuck changed?
She's not in your cult. She
What are you
left the cult.
doing? I'm out here trying to do as much Scientology content as possible.
I'm trying to do it.
All
I
I
got to
did,
get all that
Reese,
Costco pizza.
was say you weren't under the radar
Which
in
is
terms of Scientology.
total bullshit.
You were under the radar in terms of talking to a big bad SP.
Which means she was under the radar, you fuck.
That's not an attack.
No, it's just you have to control the narrative. You can't let anyone fucking have their own shit. It's insane.
Okay. There's one more thing that I wanted to discuss here. Why is all of this coming up?
Yeah.
This is going to be the last chapter of this video.
It's the last chapter.
Why is all of this coming up?
This is where it gets wild, guys.
It has to do with OSA. It has to do with OSA infiltration. It has to do with Mark Bunker and Tori Christman.
Okay. First of all, he's bitching about Reese. He's bitching about me. What the fuck do Mark and Tori have to do with that? Here we go.
AKA Tori Magoo. Two people that I respect. Two people that I consider friends.
That's a dangerous thing to be, guys. If Aaron Smith-Levin considers you a friend, that means he thinks you owe him something. And that your relationship is symbiotic. And by that, I mean, if you become in his bad graces, he will destroy you. He will bring up your texts and your emails and show the world who you really are. But if you're friends, then you're safe because we're friends.
I talked to Mark. I talked to
blow your
Tori.
nose.
Last week, I spent 3 hours on the phone with Tori trying to help her find the upload button on her TikTok app on her phone.
Tori, if you're watching, hon, you can call me anytime. I literally used to be tech support for T-Mobile. I volunteer as tribute. Please do not call this man again, ever, for help. Look at that. Look at that face. Oh, that's a good one too. God, he's just so screenshotable, right? For the thumbnails. It's just like, it's giving, I don't give a fucking shit.
Because I care about Tori and I want to help her. And she didn't have anyone else to help her with it.
Is that why you did it, Aaron? Or that now Tori owes you something? Because you did what any normal human would do for an elder. That's just what you're supposed to do. It's not a quid pro quo.
Anyone who's ever tried to help an elderly individual with tech problems over the phone can understand how frustrating that was for the both of us. But we made it through. Stronger people on the end. Here's what's...
I'm just gonna let that sit in there. That's how much respect he has for Tori. To basically demean her via the fact that she's not technically inclined. So what?
been happening behind the scenes. It has been very obvious to me for a long time that the live chat community,
and this is why I say hi to him. Say hi to him because he's watching everything you say.
Of the ex-Scientologists on YouTube is the weak point for OSA infiltration and influence, okay? It's just a fact. It's the way OSA tries to manipulate all of us. It's the way they try to bring things to our attention. Oh my God, did you see what this person said? And if they weren't doing it in the live chat, they'd be sending us emails, which they also do. I have seen OSA influenced moderators love bombing and latching on and manipulating Mark Bunker and Tori Chrisman. And I have been talking.
Okay, so now he's going to accuse every single moderator of being OSA. Hang on 1 second, guys. I have to run to the loo. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. It's been a few hours and nature calls. All right, here we go. So let's, yeah. All you guys are OSA. None of you are real people. Thank you, OSA, I guess. I don't. Oh my God, here we go.
To them about it. And the reason I've been talking to them about it specifically is because no one in our ex-Scientology community has as much firsthand experience seeing how OSA will infiltrate and influence and destroy an online space of ex-Scientologists. It's Tori's whole fucking story.
So now Tori's too stupid and too old and too feeble to realize she's been infiltrated by OSA. I guess Mark's too old are just too not with it to realize that people who just might genuinely see his content and be like, wow, this guy's fucking rad, I'd like to help him out, could be, actual people.
Okay. Tori and Mark do not condone or co-sign or support any of these videos you see of ex-Scientologists attacking ex-Scientologists.
And I will say that is true. Tori does not like when I do any videos that say anything negative about any other Scientologist. In her view, all of that is a win for Scientology. And again, this is where Tori and I vehemently disagree. Because regardless of someone's status as a current, former, under the radar, whatever Scientologist, if they are a dangerous human being, as this human man is, I am going to say to the world, this is a dangerous human man, and these are the reasons why he's dangerous, and here are the dangerous things that he's done. I don't give a fuck if you're an ex-Scientologist or not. And I don't think that OSA has a fucking pizza party every Friday because I make these videos. Because what I think actually is that OSA sees how relentless I am in the pursuit of truth. And once Aaron Smith-Levin has been exposed enough and is in prison, I move on to the next abuser. And, once I can dig up enough shit on David Miscavige, I shouldn't say shit. Once I can expose enough truth about David Miscavige and the crimes that he's been personally responsible for, who's going to be an old man alone without anybody to take care of him? Aaron? Oh, well, that sounds like a him problem. I will move on to, bigger and bigger things and more broad things. But it's just, yeah, thank you. Being an ex-Scientologist doesn't make you above reproach. Okay. Just like the same way Aaron tried to say to the judge, Your Honor, I was a victim of child traffic. I was human trafficked as a child by the Church of Scientology. It's fucking irrelevant. It's irrelevant to your case. And also, it's not a free pass to be an asshole. Period.
They may not even support this video I'm doing now. They do not like.
No, they don't support you talking for them. I would bet money on that.
Like it. They know OSA wins every time we do it, no matter how well-intentioned it may seem.
Oh, no. OSA doesn't win. Humanity wins, Aaron. Humanity wins when you are exposed as an abuser. Period.
They condemn it. And yet, Tori's #1 moderator, Kelly BC, is the #1 cheerleader of Nora Ames's constant.
Kelly BC, where are you at? First of all, Kelly, no offense to you. I don't know that you're the #1 cheerleader. Is Kelly even here right now? I don't even see her. Is Kelly here? No? Okay. I mean, I've seen Kelly BC a lot. Miss McCline. Yeah, exactly. I did up a new little YouTube thingy a while back. I was a holler if you want to pay my next month's rent. I'm a former public and y'all owe me money. Right? Kelly BC and Yadira are the worst people ever. Because Kelly BC acknowledges that Aaron Smith-Levin is an abuser of multiple women, a self-confessed abuser of multiple women. And he doesn't, Kelly doesn't support that. Oh, no. But he wants to make sure that they're not infiltrated. They're not infiltrating,
Nonstop attacks on ex-Scientologists.
No, Nope. Just you. And it's not an attack. It's not an attack to tell the truth. Truth is not an attack, Aaron. Showing your own words and actions and showing the truth about those words and actions, not an attack. Will never be an attack. Yeah.
And protesters and foundations.
Nope. Again, false. Again, false. Absolutely 100% false. There has been one specific protester that I had beef with and I was friends with, and I have, I don't have beef, but I don't support them. And that's Scott. That's very evident. He knows that. He continues to be homophobic towards me. He continues to try and attack me and defame me and demean me. And Judy, all caps, whoever the fuck she is, can't stop talking about it. She's kind of in love with me a little bit. And Judy, I'm just going to tell you, you can't fuck me. I'm sorry. I'm married. It's not going to happen for you. Aaron, I tell the truth about you. I tell the truth about Scott. I tell the truth about the Aftermath Foundation, individual people who have covered up crimes. I tell the truth about the people that are still in your foundation, like Natalie, who is apparently the treasurer. Hope that 990 comes out okay. Love to see that this year. Because that's public. That's not doxing, baby. You got to file that to be a legal 501c3. That's just the rules. I don't make up these rules. Okay? I don't make up the rules. You're the head of a charity, baby. You got to file that stuff. That's how that goes. You've made your life public in that regard. That's not my choice. That's a you choice. You don't want people to know shit about you? Don't fucking run a charity. Don't be a YouTuber. Don't do all this shit. I don't know what to say. Oh yes, Janet, 100%. Aaron knows Tori is beloved in the ex-Scientology community, and she is. He's trying to flex here like he's the arbiter of who stays and who gets canceled. Kind of like how he filters out who gets help and who doesn't get help, who's worthy of help from his foundations. Isn't that interesting? It's the same thing. This is very true, Rika. I have admitted many times when I was wrong. Yeah. Oh, Scott has had issues with everybody. Can somebody put a 1 in the chat if Scott Hochstetter has never had an issue with you? Is there anyone on planet Earth that Scott Hochstetter has not had an issue with or tried to fucking defame and declare a bad actor and fucking blame for all of his words and actions? Is there anybody on planet Earth? Guys, he is so fucking extra that he is up to triple X. Okay, like you label your exhibits A through Z. He has made so many exhibits that he has gone through. Penelope, don't put that 1 in the chat. Now he's going to find a reason to come after you. Stacy, I'm telling you right now. I know he does scream at his chat. It's so stupid. Why would you do that? Okay. That he has gone through that 3 times. 26 letters, 3 times. And he's at triple X in his exhibits. What? How do you possibly have that much evidence? How do you possibly have that many exhibits? I think that literally he's just trying to overwhelm the prosecution into submission. Yeah, Marilyn is trying to crochet her way in there. I don't know about that. But, Jenna said she left the board. Her face is still on the website. The last I checked. Let's check again. Here's the mission statement. Our team still got Jenna on there. She shouldn't be there. She said she resigned months ago. We got George, Natalie, and Aaron. Where's Natalie? Where's Miss Aloha? How is this Aloha? I don't understand any of that.
And so I called Tori a while back.
Mm.
I was like, hey, Tori, how you
Wait a minute. You said you just spent 3 hours on the phone with her like 2 days ago. But this was happening a while back. Okay, I'm confused. Anyway.
doing? How you doing? How did you meet Kelly BC? And Tori's like, oh, Mark Bunker introduced her to me. I was like, oh, that's interesting. He goes, yeah, she's Mark Bunker's moderator, and Mark loves her. And, you know, he referred her to me as well because I didn't have any moderators. I go, oh.
But if Aaron had referred one of his mods like he used to with Goldie and Barb, totally okay.
He goes, why? What's the problem? I go, do you know that? I said, Tori, you saw how Scientology was able to pit people against each other and destroy people and everything. And you do a lot of videos talking about that and talking about how we shouldn't fall for it and shit. She's like, yeah. I go, well, why do you have a moderator that's cheerleading attacks on ex-Scientologists? And she goes, oh, I didn't know that she's doing that.
Yeah, because unlike you, Aaron, Tori has a life. And she doesn't fucking watch everybody's chat like an insane, obsessed stalker to see who is possibly talking about them. What are they saying about me today? Is that my mod in somebody else's chat? And they're saying good job to something I don't like?
And I go, well, how would you know? You don't watch Nora's videos. And she goes, you should talk to Mark about this. And I go, I'll talk to Mark about it.
Ask Tori whose videos she does watch. Probably nobody's.
But Mark doesn't do live streams anymore. So no one gives a shit who his moderator is. No one even knows who someone's moderator is unless you're doing live streams. And Mark hasn't done live streams in like 4 months. And she's like, okay, I still wish you talked to Mark about it though.
Yeah, maybe talk to the person. You know, she has her own relationship now with Kelly. What? I'm shocked a certain person who went into my personal Facebook and sent me a whole diatribe because I talked about a book who went into Aaron's channel to bash Nora isn't around. I'm not.
I was like, okay. So I called Mark and I spoke to him about it for a long time.
Facts.
And he goes, okay, I'm going to talk to Kelly. I go, okay, well, fine. He talks to Kelly. He said, okay, Kelly's going to stop going in all those live chats and she's going to stop attacking. I'm like,
first of all, she wasn't attacking anybody. As far as I know. What did she say? You're so right about something I said about Aaron. That's not attacking. Agreeing with truth and saying truth is not attacks. Saying that Aaron Smith-Levin is an abuser, Aaron Smith-Levin is a self-confessed abuser of multiple women is a fact. That's a fact. That's not an attack.
I'm like, all right, I'm going to leave this alone for right now, but that's not good enough for me.
What?
Because, you know, just hiding what you're doing doesn't change who you are. And
why are you in charge of any of this, Aaron? Why should Mark Bunker, who is not your employee, not your dad, not your cousin, nothing to you, why should who his moderator is on his channel have anything to do with you? You don't have to like Kelly BC. You don't have to be friends with her. No one's asking you to. Why is it your business, Aaron, to regulate Mark and Tori's channels? Two people who have been doing this for almost as long as you've been alive.
The truth is, Kelly BC is someone who Mark has never met, Tori has never met. She doesn't have a channel. She doesn't show her face.
Oh my God. Are you sure that they've never seen her face? I do video chats all the time with my mods. I know what they look like. How do you know? Do you know Northern Girl? You've met her in real life? You've seen her face to face? How about Arkansas McGraw, or whatever the fuck? I mean, we all know what George Massey looks like now, with a little fucking, like under the bridge, pale British troll, like, hello, I'm George Massey,
And she's the number one cheerleader.
No,
one of the
she's
number
not.
one cheerleaders of Nora's
Nope.
nonstop attacks.
Not attacks.
On me, my friends.
My friends, like Marilyn, like a coffee cults and crafts, Marilyn, who's the mom of all the second gens except for the ones that tell the truth about Aaron. Marilyn Honig supports Aaron Smith-Levin, who is a self-confessed abuser of multiple women, who says she believes Jenna, but she also supports Aaron. She just wishes they would get along. Just get along. Is obsessed with talking about Tommy's fucking criminal record, but supports this guy 100%. Tommy, who according to the arrest record that she likes to show repeatedly, by the way, was 17 years old and had sex with a 15-year-old. I shouldn't say sex. According to the arrest record, it was violent. It was a rape. Okay. He was 17. She was 15. He is not on a sexual offender registry because of like a pedo thing, but she tries to imply that he's a pedo. Like, listen, being a convicted raper is not a good thing. I don't support that. Zero support from me. Okay. However, don't try and make a mountain out of a molehill. It's already a bad thing. You don't have to enhance it. You don't have to try and make it into a thing. But this guy, Tommy, who you show his arrest record constantly, he's arrested. Aaron Smith-Levin has impregnated two of his mistresses, Marilyn, and had them have abortions because he doesn't want any more kids. Thrown a woman into the wall on video that he admits is him. Thrown Jenna across the room and physically and verbally abused her multiple times. Physically and verbally abused Lindsay. Yet this guy's okay, and you're just going to talk about Tommy for the next 45 years. What the fuck, Marilyn? What the actual fuck? Yes, Tommy's a con man, whatever. Okay. So's this guy. So's this motherfucker right there. Come on. You can't, hello? What? What? Come on. It's the same motherfucking thing, Marilyn. And Susie, two women that are like, I'm Christian. And I just bless their heart. Fuck your blessing, Susie. Get a fucking clue. That's who you're supporting. You don't have to like me. I'm not asking to be friends. Okay? I don't give a fuck. You go do you. Okay? But that's the guy you're supporting. That's the guy that you think is okay. Okay? This isn't about a me versus Aaron thing. Like, either you guys are my fans or you're Aaron's. I don't give a fuck who you watch. Okay? This is a free country for the next 10 minutes. I don't know, maybe. But it's a free country. Says the one who grifts. Oh, look at Scott's here, everybody. Here comes Scott. Here comes Scott. Here is Scott. I need attention. Scott Hochstetter. Scott, you make it so obvious who you are every time. First of all, how much money did you get from 86 GOP for all those months? Do you even know? Do you even have a tally? You and Aaron like to bring up the fact that 86 GOP randomly pops into my chat whenever he feels like it and throws some money at me. And now I'm a grifter for 86. And you guys took money from him for months. According to you, $1,000 a night. I don't get that. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Scott? Scott, stop being sad that you're not getting that money anymore. Go just write to him. Tell him you're sorry. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not in charge of him. Also, I don't know him. Okay? Yeah. Nope. But thanks, Scott. Thanks for coming over. Gotta stay relevant. I'm Scott Hochstetter. I work for hours on irrelevant fucking, evidence for my case because I'm my own lawyer. You're literally like, I am Sam. I'm my lawyer. Like, that's what you sound like right now. Like, you're in another zone. You're in another zone. Also, I've been going 3.5 hours, which is longer than I told my wife I was going to go. So I got to wrap this up here. But literally, what the fuck are you talking about? Where's 86 GOP? He's not here. I do this no matter what. You know why? Because it's truth. And it should be told. So there you go. Let's finish this bullshit up.
My foundation?
Your foundation. The one you're going to sue me over, Aaron, go for it. I say go for it. You know what would make OSA a fucking wet dream? Is for you to have to disclose publicly in a civil suit to me, which would be public, every person that you've ever helped. You want to know how that's going to help OSA? You would be helping OSA. You would be blowing the cover off so many people, which clearly you don't care about. Clearly, you don't care about. You've shown texts, you've shown an email. You don't give a fuck about the people that reach out to you. You've even said that. So if you sue me, like you've claimed you're going to do, in the name of the foundation, all you're going to do is literally dox every single person that has ever reached out for help. And who does that fuck? It fucks those people. Also, every single thing that I've said about your foundation would be proven to be true in a court of law, and you would get fucked at the drive-thru. And maybe people would request a refund from their donations, and then you would be really fucked. Also, there's a civil suit already waiting for you right now, which, by the way, ironclad case, bro. Ironclad case. I don't know how you're going to get out of that. And if more people decide, hey, Aaron kind of fucked me at the drive-thru, maybe I'll sue him also for this shit that he said. I don't think this is going to go the way that you think it's going to. I really don't think so. Well, that's why he says he'd sue me in the name of the foundation. He'd just take foundation funds to sue me. He would literally take a donation to sue me and then criticize me on the internet if I said, hey, I'm starting a GoFundMe for a lawyer for representation in this suit. You see? See how it's a loophole exception. It's a loophole exception.
And one of the biggest supporters of Nora's efforts to try to get me sent to prison.
I'm grabbing.
And I told Mark.
No, first of all, I am the biggest supporter of getting you sent to prison, Aaron. Why? Because you did the things that you should go to prison for. And you continue to escalate, and you've been escalating for the last 2 years. And you're dangerous.
I said, Mark, I got to tell you, maybe it's just the PTSD I've got from the last.
He doesn't even know what it is. He can't even say the letters. He's not even aware.
Last 2 fucking years in this community, but I'm done being a friend to people who do not return the favor.
So anybody who supports me, anybody who's in this chat right now, just know, unless you have said something negative about me, told me to go fuck myself, I'm a clown, I'm a grifter, whatever the fuck, you are now a sworn enemy of Aaron Smith-Levin. And if you happen to be a mod for somebody else, he's going to contact that person and tell them that you are a bad person and they need to, what do they have to do? Oh, disconnect from you. Or he's going to disconnect from them. Who else does that, guys? Who else does? Oh, Scientology does that. You see what I'm saying when I say he's a Scientologist? Yeah.
Okay. And I said, Mark, I'm about to raise a shitload of fucking money for you for your city council campaign. And you have
blackmail,
my support. And I'm going to ride or die with you.
Blackmail.
But I'll tell you what. I will not be put in a position of putting my neck out on the line, putting my platform.
So let me ask this question. Is that why Mark Bunker won't tell me where to send his funds? Because if I did on my own volition say, hey, everybody, let's get Mark Bunker reelected, which I think we should do, does that mean that anybody who donates to Mark Bunker's campaign in Florida, if I find out where to donate it, guys, I will put a link up. I will replace my own QR code with a fucking Mark Bunker's, campaign shit. I'll put a QR code right there for Mark Bunker's campaign. Okay. Which I would love to do. I would love to have every video have the QR code for Mark Bunker's campaign right there so you guys could help him get elected. But it's literally blackmail. He's trying to ensure that he has Mark Bunker's ear for his whole, not only his campaign, but his residency on the council. This next part gets really unhinged. Here we go.
To work for you, throwing my whole weight behind you.
Your weight? I think you're way less influential than you think you are.
If you're going to start doing live streams with a moderator who's literally cheerleading me being sent to prison,
you should go to prison. You're a criminal and you've done criminal things and you recorded yourself doing the criminal things and then rewatched yourself doing it and got great amusement and joy from doing the criminal thing multiple times.
I said, Mark, I've been a really good fucking friend to you. And I don't mind telling you guys that I had a conversation with him where I listed all the ways in which I didn't feel that kindness was being returned.
That is called blackmail. I didn't feel that kindness was being returned. I didn't feel that kindness was being returned. This is like mafia shit, man. This is full Scientology right here.
That's just between he and I.
No, it's not, because you put it on the fucking internet, you idiot.
And he said, you're right. You deserve better. You deserve better. And I'm going to talk to Kelly. I said, okay. So we talked to Kelly. He said, okay, she's going to stay out of the chats.
You already said that part.
But I already knew that Kelly might stay out of the chats, but she's not changing her spots. She's just going into hiding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you've got Tori's moderators, Nora's moderators, and Reese's moderators, who I'm calling the moderator mafia.
So he has now created an OSA style enemies list, okay, that are to be excommunicated, that are to not be trusted, that are to be, cast out because of their association to me. Guys, I did not know that I was so powerful, but apparently I am. Apparently I am. Oh, breaking news. I guess Aaron took down that little independent Mike Rinder video where he shows just the emails. the internal emails. Remember that information that I gave you earlier about that being illegal and actionable in Colorado or the Aftermath Foundation? Yeah. Because when I find out information, guys, I give it to the people who need it, like the Aftermath Foundation. Okay. Because I may be a fucking asshole and tell the truth about Mike Rinder, but I still care about truth and justice. Okay. That's just a fact. So maybe Aaron, did he take down this one too? Nope, of course not. Just the same way he wouldn't take down the video about Liz Gale's husband. He's not going to take down this video about Reese. He might edit out the Mike Rinder part, maybe. I don't think so because it's still the same length. So not a good look, Aaron.
And for some reason, these toxic, hateful people who don't have anything to do with this community, they're not ex-Scientologists. They're not.
First of all, my mods are not toxic or hateful. And no, they're not ex-Scientologists. That is correct. However, they are kick-ass women who have survived a lot of shit. And they know what abuse and narcissism and Darvo and other shit looks like. And they're here as survivors to support other survivors. And how fucking dare you? How dare you demean a group of women for merely existing? You are a pompous piece of shit who is so scared, Aaron. So scared. You are literally tanking your own legal case. Your lawyers would rather jump off a bridge than continue to try and make your shit not stink in court. And yes, I saw Jerry look right at me and smile. I don't give a fuck what Jerry Thilolopoulos thinks about me. I think nothing about it. He will never be my lawyer. I will never face him in court. Why? Because I'm not a criminal. Yeah, Aaron pushes for disconnection and forced abortion just like Scientology does. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Not protesters. They don't do anything to help expose Scientology.
Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
They work behind the scenes.
Just like your mods do. Your mods are, in fact, the ones that go chat to chat to chat to try and start shit, that come into my comments and say disgusting things to support an abuser. Thank you for the donation to the Moderator Mafia Donut Fund. Please don't hurt you.
Create divisions. And what they have done, because Tori and Mark don't watch people's videos. Tori and Mark don't know what these people are doing. They don't know. And what I said to Tori and Mark is I said, they know that you don't know.
No. That's look at how obsessed he is. He's so obsessed with his image, guys, that he thinks it matters. The only place that it matters, Crazy Eyes McGee, is in the court of law, where this character, this one here, with the crazy, crazy eyes, is not going to look good in front of a jury. That's all I'm going to say. Yes, thank you. My mods and Reese's mods are they're the sweetest. Come on now.
That's why they're latching on to you. They get credibility from being connected to you.
Oh, guys, ladies, did you know you guys have street cred because you're my mods? Did you know that? Did you know that? Y'all got street cred. Street cred. You guys go to the grocery store and guess what? I would like to cut the line. I'm mod for Nora Ames. Thank you. Do you not know who I am? I'm a moderator on YouTube. Okay. Hello. What dreamland is he in? What fucking dreamland is he in? Where anybody in the universe is like, do you know what I do? Secret, I am a mod. Not to brag, guys, but I mod for a very influential channel of 2,500 people on the internet. And I'm powerful, okay? Don't come into that chat. I will ban your shit. This is like a cheerleading coach being like, do you know who I am? I teach girls how to shake their pom-poms. I will take you out. Literally, don't show your Costco card, Gen X Biatch. Just be like, excuse me, I'm a mod. I think you know who I am, okay? Costco card. Like, are you joking? Like, listen, I love my mods. I think they're fantastic. I would, you know, I would do pretty much anything for my mods because I trust them because we do talk. We have video chats. We see each other face to face. I see Rox's face when I'm saying something stupid and she's like, girl, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Okay. It's not, they're real people and I respect them and I love them, but it's not, you know, like, oh my God, I'm kind of a big deal. Hello, fellow kids. It's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. It's just so fucking dumb. Sorry. I'm sorry. I went off on a roll.
They create the impression that you guys are okay with what they do.
I'm totally okay with adult humans doing whatever they want because they're adults and they have full autonomy over their lives. Sorry for that controversial take.
But they know that you don't know. Okay. So once I was told that Kelly was going to stop attacking, I was like, okay, I had no faith in that whatsoever. But then I saw all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Reese Quibble shows up.
It's Quibble, and you know that because you read her voicemail out where she tells you how to pronounce it.
After all these years, someone who claims she doesn't associate with any ex-Scientologists, she doesn't watch anyone's videos.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, she shows up to do an interview with Tori Christman.
Again, why is that your business or a problem?
And I go, see, here's the thing. The moderator mafia knew that Tori Christman does not like Nora and can't stand Nora and doesn't co-sign Nora's attacks on people.
She doesn't like me, can't stand me, doesn't co-sign the attacks. I know none of that is true. Again, this is Aaron trying to stir up drama, trying to get me to be like, oh my God, Tori, why don't you like me? Ah! I know that's not true. Yeah. I also know, because Tori has told me to my face, that she doesn't like when I talk about other former Scientologists. And we've had a debate back and forth about that. And basically we came to the conclusion we don't agree. And that was that. But Aaron can't seem to get that around his brains inside that big ass noggin of his, that some people can disagree about something and still have respect and affection for each other. Right? Like, because we're not in a cult. Oh, moderator coffee fund. Moderator mafia. We do need to make some moderator mafia merch. Let's do it. We should absolutely do that. Yes, Tori was in Reese's chat for months ago and saying that she would love to do a chat with her. It's not out of the blue. It's not out of the blue. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron told Jenna directly that if she left the foundation, it would play into Osa's hands. Yeah, that is 100% Darvo. 100%. Oh, I'm not worried about it. I know where I stand with people, and that's okay. It's like, I'm good. I'm talking Greek again. Yeah.
So they knew they couldn't get Tori to publicly associate with Nora, but they're like,
You mean the Tori Magoo who I've seen and gave a hug to and talked to in public on my stream? That one? She won't publicly associate with me? You don't think right now, guys, if after this stream I called Tori and was like, listen, let's do a stream where we just talk about Osa's dirty tricks. And let's just do it. And, let's talk about the ways in which that has happened. You don't think Tori would do that? You don't think she would do that? I'm pretty sure she would. Can your T say mod biatch? Yes. That will help you out at Costco.
Get her to associate with Reese. Reese does a really good job of turning on the charm and love bombing. I swear to God,
just like you, Aaron.
If you guys watched the interview that Reese did with Tori, guys, love bombing is real. And I said this to Mark's face, and he laughed. And I said, Mark, you fall in love with any woman who says hello to you, okay?
Again, why is that anecdote being repeated on a live stream? Why?
And we had a good laugh, and he knows it. And I was like, if you guys watch the interview that Reese did with Tori, it's a masterclass in love bombing.
It's the same thing Reese does on her regular show or when she's been on any other show. It's not different.
It's a masterclass. Oh my God, Tori, you're everything everyone always told me.
Yeah, Chewini, let's go there.
You would be. I really needed this tonight. She even started to cry a little bit.
Oh, you mean like you did at the beginning of this video where you were like, and my kids lost their grandparents. So anyway, no. Yeah.
You had Reese's boyfriend, Tommy, in the chat. Oh my God, Tori, you remind me just of my mother. You have no idea how important it is for Reese to have someone like you in her life. It got so bad that Tori even ended up on being under the impression that Reese lost her mother to Scientology, that her mother was still in the cult. It was unbelievable.
I will be honest. I watched part of the video. I didn't watch all of it, so I don't know anything about this part that he's talking about.
And I said, I see where this is going. I see where this
Where's it going, Aaron? Where's it going?
Reese, for some reason, out of everyone in the ex-Scientology community, only shows love to Nora.
I don't know if that's true. They
couldn't succeed in love bombing Tori into doing content with Nora.
I've never tried to love bomb anyone into doing content with me. I don't know that I've ever asked Tori on my channel or asked to be on her channel. It is like, what?
But they could succeed in love bombing Tori to do content with Reese.
Who is they? Oh, the moderator mafia. I forgot. The moderator mafia. Okay.
Now, guys, if after this, Tori comes out and is like, fuck Aaron, he's lying. Reese is wonderful. I rebuke him. That's okay. I texted.
Is it, Aaron? If Tori did in fact say that out loud, which we all know she won't because she's not about drama. And this isn't drama to tell the truth about you, but she doesn't talk about other people on her channel as a rule. That's her personal rule. She doesn't do that. So she wouldn't say that anyway. It's an irrelevant point. She might not take your calls or return your texts or, something else, but she's not going to come out publicly And yeah.
Tori, a couple days ago, I said, Tori, listen, I realize I'm the only one in this community trying to warn you about how you're being love bombed and manipulated by these people. And I realize that makes me look, I'm just a fucking hater.
Yes. Also, like a stalker. Also, like somebody who is in a full-blown narcissistic meltdown panic. Yeah.
Okay. And I said, I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to stop doing it because you're probably getting sick of it. I'm going to stop doing it. But I said, Tori, listen, anytime I've had a problem with you, I consider you a friend. I've called you and I said, look, I'm kind of pissed off with you about something. I hope you don't mind if I call you and ask you about it. I'm calling you because I consider you a friend. If I didn't consider you a friend, I wouldn't bother calling you.
Yeah, I would just shit talk you on the internet. But because we're friends, I will only jokingly shit talk about you in a fun, like anecdotal way.
And she's always said, absolutely. I'm glad you did call me. Tori's been a little distant from me ever since Mark had that conversation with Kelly BC.
Oh.
And if Tori thinks I'm just...
Oh, yes. The court is watching all of this. Yeah.
Trying to shit on people that she likes, fine. I don't know if that's how she feels, but I texted her today. I said, Tori, I'm starting to get the impression that you're upset with me.
Oh.
I said, I'm starting to get the impression that maybe you're not happy with me, but I hope you'll do me the courtesy that I've always done you. If you got a problem with me, I hope you're going to call me and tell me what it is.
Why would anyone, Aaron, in their right mind approach you in person, on the phone, via text to say, hey, you know what? I think you're kind of out of control. You're a psycho. You're literally a psycho. You've just laid out for the last 20 minutes what will happen if anybody supports me or if they're connected to someone who supports me. Why would someone feel safe talking to you about anything? And I'm just one person, guys. I'm not even Scientology. Now, if people are connected to Scientology, he wants to hear from you because he wants information for his content.
I said, because I'm about to do a fucking response video to the attack I got yesterday from your new fucking friend that I tried to warn you about. Okay. And after Reese did her interview with Tori, Reese then did a 3-hour fucking recap. Oh my God, I can't believe I met someone as wonderful in the world as Tori. It just changed my perspective on everything. And
oh my God, Jill, again, I'm not in charge of anybody else's content. I don't have time in my life with 4 kids and a wife and a whole house to clean and run that's 4 floors. I don't have time to watch all of Reese's streams. I don't know all the saga. I don't know all these things. What I do know is the conversations that I've had with her over the last couple years. And I do know that this man is a dangerous piece of shit. I don't support anybody threatening anybody's children. And if you guys recall, a year ago when shit blew up with her and Tommy, I fucking called Tommy and told him to get the fuck out of the house and leave her alone. Again, don't come for me if you don't fucking follow the whole story from all the sides. And why are you so fucking enwrapped in what the fuck is going on in Reese's life? Also, if you have a problem with her, go ask her. I'm not in charge of other people. Unlike Aaron Smith-Levin, I'm not in charge. I'm not in charge. This is not a cult.
it's just all weekend. I could think of nothing but how fucking wonderful Tori was. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Love bombing is real.
Yeah, don't ever compliment anybody, guys. Don't ever have a moment of having an experience that changes your life or that makes you feel better about yourself or learn something and then express that to your audience when you're a YouTuber. That's just love bombing's gross. Don't do that.
Mark falls for the love bombing. I've told him. Tori falls for the love bombing. I mean, Tori said to me, I don't understand. Kelly BC is such an amazing moderator. I said, Tori, a handicapped monkey could be a good moderator. What are you talking about?
A handicapped monkey could be a good moderator. Then why are you so afraid of the moderator mafia if they're just handicapped monkeys? You have to make it make sense, Aaron.
A moderator just, look, my friends are all handicapped monkeys and they're great moderators.
Isn't that fun, guys? Isn't that fun? Wouldn't you want to be his moderator? Just sweeping up that shit and then getting shit on.
I said, Tori, what do you mean? A moderator just deletes spam. Anybody could be a good moderator. And she goes, I don't know how to do it. And I go, Tori, that's the problem. Like, you don't understand any of this. You don't understand any of this. You don't see how you're being manipulated. You don't see the attacks that these people are engaged in. And she goes, well, I don't know what you want me to do. I go, Tori, don't take my word for it. Just go watch the video.
Yeah, ableism in real time. Yeah. Also something Scientology is against. They're there to make the able more able. To make the able more able.
Video yourself. So she went and watched one of Nora's videos and she spoke to me afterwards. I'm laughing at all my moderators. You guys are hilarious. My moderators are people I know and trust.
He knows them and he trusts them.
And that's why they're my moderators. And that's why I have so many of them. I don't need 10 moderators.
You don't need 10 moderators, yet you have them.
The people I know and trust to be included in my channel and know that, I just want them. It's the same reason I wanted everyone to be on YouTube so we could all do it together. My moderators are people I know in real life. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I told Tori, I said, Tori, just go watch one of Nora's fucking videos.
Yeah, just go watch it.
And look at Kelly BC in the chat and look at the shit that she's saying and the attacks that look at how she attacks and insults ex-Scientologists. Tori goes, okay, I'll watch the video. Spoke to her the next day. I watched the video. I didn't see anything.
Thank you, because it's not true. Because it's not true.
I go, well, did you watch the live chat? And she goes, no, I don't know how to watch the live chat. I go, of course you didn't fucking see anything. What did you expect to? She goes, I don't know how. I don't know how. And I go, I understand, Tori. That's the problem. They're taking advantage of you.
So specifically, the ex-Scientologist that he would be referring to would be himself, Eric Rader, and Cheryl, who, by the way, Cheryl, and Eric, who are two of the biggest simps for this self-confessed abuser of multiple women. Okay. They, have been talked about on my channel for being just that and for saying threatening things and for doing threatening fucking videos about me. So if other people are like, yeah, that's bad, that's not an attack. That's just facts.
They know that you don't fucking know. And I'm like, Tori, it's not like I want you to take my word for it, but I can't show you how to watch the live chat. It took me 3 hours to show you how to find the fucking upload button on your TikTok app. It's a little harder to figure out.
You think he was talking to her like this the whole time?
But Tori, do you think I've got nothing better to do than to call you and just make this shit up? Like, I got better things to do with my fucking life. You think I'm just lying? And she's like, well, Kelly's always been nothing but nice to me. So anyway, when I did finally text Mark, I said, hey, Mark, you ever met this Kelly BC person in real life? And he goes, no, but we've talked on the phone. She's super nice and helpful. I go, yeah, I imagine being super nice and helpful is a great way to infiltrate a movement. And he goes, is something the matter?
Because even Mark doesn't believe him.
And then I go, yeah, something is the matter. I think we should chat. So guys, these fucking faceless, semi-anonymous moderators who go from chat to chat to chat, supporting attacks on ex-Scientologists, on protesters, on foundations, they're sick, they're toxic, they're destructive, they are OSA influenced.
No, that's just you. That's just you. That's yeah. It's wild to me that this man not only destroying 225 channels that were communicating and promoting and helping to spread awareness about Scientology and its crimes around the world, destroying all that is not good enough for him. Now he has to come for the few people who have weathered that whole motherfucking storm and out of the kindness and goodness of their hearts help us for nothing, not even Costco exclusive access, okay? Just because he's so afraid of the truth about him being known by anyone, that he is willing to lie to two of the most OG, the people who have dealt with OSA face to face for multiple years. He thinks that he's going to con them into doing his bidding. Yeah. Tori can read the live chat. I don't know if she can find it on a replay. It doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't show up for a couple days. That's on me. That's YouTube.
And if people are going to keep falling for it, that's on them. That's on them. The reason I chose to take specific action,
boom, Janet, thank you for the super
is because Mark Bunker's campaign
right here
is going to be starting.
Listen to this.
I am not going to allow these OSA influenced, toxic, hateful motherfuckers drive any kind of a wedge between me and Mark Bunker. Okay?
This is what he's scared of, is that Mark Bunker will find out the truth about Aaron and stop associating with him, which would be the nail in his coffin in Clearwater. How could he? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jar Mom. That's very generous of you. Right? Like, how could he show up to city council if Mark Bunker knows who he really is? How can he continue to protest? How could he have Mark Bunker's support to continue to commit crimes while claiming it's protesting? He couldn't. Mark Bunker's not stupid. He's not an idiot, right? He can see the truth for the trees. Ask yourself this question, kids. Ask yourself this question. If Aaron's influence is so key to Mark Bunker winning in Clearwater, why did Mark go on Tori's channel to make the announcement that he was running again for city council in Clearwater and not on Aaron Smith-Levin's channel? Curious, isn't it? It's not curious to me. Why, when Mark Bunker was last spotted in Clearwater during a protest, did he stay on the other side of the street talking to other people and not Aaron for as long as humanly possible? Because Mark's not stupid. And Mark can see how unhinged and how absolutely dangerous Aaron Smith-Levin is. Now, Mark's also not stupid. He's not going to come out and be like, Aaron's crazy, because he knows how dangerous he is. And he knows, just like this stream is proving, that Aaron will throw him under every available bus. So if you guys want to help Mark, I'm sure there's some, I can look on his channel here in a minute and see if he's got something up or not.
And Kelly BC and Yadira and the other members of the moderator mafia, I know what the fuck you're doing.
He doesn't even know my mods' names. He doesn't even name one of my mods. He just names Tori's mod and Reese's mod. He's so lazy, he doesn't even know my mods' names. I know his mods' names.
And I know what the fuck you're up to.
I know what the fuck you're up to.
And you are not going to be allowed to continue to instigate infighting between ex-Scientologists. You people are so fucking hateful and destructive. I know who you are. I know what you're doing. And I've got your fucking number. And the hate.
These are called threats. Aaron, that's called a threat. That you're threatening people now. You've just issued a public threat to people. You're already out on released on recognizance supervised. What would happen if one of these people that you just threatened contacted the Clearwater Sheriff's Department to say and played them this clip and says that you're threatening them? Is that going to help you stay out of jail until your trial? Is that going to help you stay out of prison? I don't think so. I don't think so. These are actual threats.
Hateful, moderator, mafia, all of the members of you guys, you're going to be dropping like fucking flies.
Oh, is that a death threat? That's not a good look, honey. That's not a good look, Aaron. Oh. Ooh. Oh, Aaron. Oh, thank you, Michelle Kelly. Uh-oh, you're on the bad list now. You go, girl. You have so many people behind you, and hopefully Mark will see this. Yeah, Aaron's disrespectful. I agree. Yeah. Well, let's see. Does it go further?
Okay.
Okay.
For whatever reason, Tori's moderators, not all of them, by the way, pretty much just Kelly BC, Nora's moderators, Reese's moderators, Kelly BC, Yadira, some of the others, you guys are largely responsible for the hate and toxicity in this community.
No, that's you. That's just Aaron. It's all emanating from this mouth hole and apparently your nostrils that are clogged and probably other orifices that I won't mention on here. But literally, Aaron, you just threaten people's lives. And if you think that you're going to talk your way out of that, I will clip this. I'm going to send it to my mods and Yadira and anybody else I can. And you guys, I will give you the way to contact the sheriff because guess what? You're on supervised release, dumb shit. You're on supervised release, issuing death threats to people on the internet. Literally, what the actual fuck?
For keeping people focused on attacking each other instead of attacking Scientology. Mark Bunker does not support what you do. Tori Chrisman does not support what you do. The only reason you have their support is because they don't know what you do.
No, it's because Mark and Tori respect people as adult human beings and they don't run a cult.
I'm going to make sure they find out. If I got to fly to LA and show Tori how to watch a fucking live chat.
You can't fly to LA, dumbass. You're on supervised release, bitch. You're not leaving Clearwater ever again.
On replay. I will. And
thank you for becoming a member, Penelope.
For doing a negative video about her new best friend, Reese Quibble. I don't fucking care. It's good enough for me that the community knows
the community. Remember that he's referred to as my community, himself, Aaron's community.
Where I stand on this and what I plan to do about it.
Mm-hmm.
I will succeed.
Oh, we're
I
clear.
will be effective.
We're clear.
We are going to raise a fucking mint.
Oh, no. You not part of that we. You not part of that we, white man. Nope. I will, along with my beautiful audience and the moderator mafia, we will raise a fuck ton of money for Mark Bunker. Yeah, for him to win. Because he deserves to be on city council. Yeah, and his moderators don't attack me or Reese. Yeah, right. Oh my goodness, 86 in the house. Thank you for that, 86. 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit. Sadie got one. Morals got one. Lisa got one. Jar Mom got one. Oz Brumby, Hollow Water, Lunar Muse, Lazy Days, Viking Wench, Psylocke, Kelly U2 fan, Kate, Kate Eliza, Christy Nickel, Fucker got one. Moon Meat, Anne, we'll just go with Anne, Roxanne LV, Jen B, Smack Jack, and Happy Days got one. Wow. Thank you so much. Very kind. Thank you so much. Yeah. Threatening to go by and yeah. Just happened to fly to LA. He can't go anywhere. He can't go to there.
Of money for Mark Bunker. We are going to help him win this city council.
Like you won, Aaron? Like you won when you went to the bar to get your petition signed and call Sky Dayton a cunt 5 times and got punched by her boyfriend like that? When you got punched by her boyfriend, remember that? You got punched? Punch! Right in your face. And the cops were all like, bro, I would have punched you too. Like that? Remember that?
Council race. And it's not going to be with you hateful motherfuckers working in the background.
Guys, whatever you do, don't give money to Mark Bunker. Don't do
complaining and attacking and criticizing.
And telling the truth about me because I don't like it.
And manipulating and fomenting
What is this? What are we
unrest.
doing? This looks like something. Did you learn that in jail? I shouldn't have said that. That was my inside voice.
All right, let's see.
Should have said that.
We've got a lot of starred comments here.
Yeah, and then he skips them. He skips all of the starred comments. He skips all of his fucking super chats because he doesn't feel like it. Never mind. I'm sick. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? What in the fuck? Where's Mark Bunker's channel? Here we go. Here's Mark Bunker's channel, y'all. Okay? At Xenu TV in all caps. And down here, he's got his PayPal, his Venmo, and his Cash App. I'm gonna drop all these in here. And like literally, go give Mark Bunker some money. So tell him it's for the city council. Go give him the money. Because he should have it. And we should get Mark Bunker reelected. Elect Mark Bunker to Clearwater City Council. I command you as part of my cult to go do that. I'm just kidding. Do it, don't do it. But I think that he should literally, he invited everyone to go to court. You are correct. Yeah. If, in my personal opinion, if Mark Bunker wants to win for city council, he should not have Aaron Smith-Levin do any campaigning whatsoever. Someone who's under criminal charges is not the person you want as your campaign manager. Okay? Like, that is just wild. All right, guys, I am so far behind where I meant to be. I took way too much time on this, but that's okay. I'm glad we spent 4 hours here together to break this down. Guys, thank you. Thank you to everybody on the replay. Thank you to all of the live viewers. Please subscribe, like the stream. That helps me more than anything in the world. If you're a member, thank you so much. Thank you, 86, and everybody who gifted memberships. Thank you to the members who have been with me on this journey for so long. Guys, we are up to now We are up to, oh my God, guys, we crossed it. We have made it to 2,500 subscribers. I am so proud of our channel here, of this little channel that could. We are growing literally every day in subscribers. We have made it to 2,500 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. And thank you to the chieftesses of the moderator mafia, my lady mods. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you for keeping the stream going. It's not up yet. The campaign fund is not up yet. Only someone in Only someone in Florida. Where did your comment go? It disappeared. It was a good one. It went away. Anyway, the campaign fund isn't up there, but you guys can give to the PayPal and all the other stuff. Okay, give to him. Thank you guys so much. I love you. I love you, my lady mods. From the box office, guys, I will see you all on the flippity dippity.
Lincoln 30 to dispatch. Yeah, that's a wild goose chase over here at Nakatomi Plaza. Everything here's okay. Over.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Welcome to the party, pal.
I'm not ready to make